wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant. You're radiant. Can I make something good out of this? Can I make something good out of this? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit. Can I make something good out of this? Yeah! What's up, people? Could be true. You could be underneath my shoe. If I'm wrong, let's go. It will be interesting, I'm sure. 'Cause I want more. I want more. I want more. I want more from you, yeah, more. What is up, people? More from you, yeah, more. I want more. I want more. I want more from you, yeah, more. Let's go. I want more. More from you, yeah, more. I want more. Cheers! Oh! Yo! What is up? How we doing, people? Wednesday night? What night is it? Oh shit! It's almost 2026. It's over. Do you need anything like I need? Let's go! I've got no place to be alone. My is resting still. There's your answer. You better save yourself or else. Nothing like success. I would rather be in hell than regret. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? You know I do. Oh yeah. These are not my words. Tell me where am I? Most of the time, wet my face with reality and permit me to breathe before I do it again. Let's go! Like I need you. It's over. Oh, it's our last late night for the time being. Anything like I need you. We're gonna let the guitar solo go. Dude, 11:23. Those of you who are already in 2026, I hope you're having an enjoyable year thus far. Here we go. Whoa! Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh. Do you need anything like I need you? Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? All right, let's go. We're closing out 2025. Oh, what a year. What a crazy year. We're gonna break it down. Oh shit. Here we go. There it is. Oh, let's go. All right. Oh shit, people, how we doing? Oh, I know Zoran got like fucking sworn in at midnight. Dude, I talked to Bryce tonight. We had a little like FaceTime call. So checking in with the New York folk. Dude, it's crazy. What a crazy, like, I don't know about you guys, but today just felt like 100 fucking news cycles, right? Did it not? Like the end of this year, because you got like, my Twitter feed was a fucking disaster. All right, first off, let's think here for a moment before I sort of recap what today was with that chaos. Let's take a moment to think about how we got here, okay? Like for today, we're starting off, we're ending fucking 2025. I want to bring a little sort of, you know, reality of what happened with the channel over this year. Okay. So if we look at this, you ready? Look at this shit. This is Social Blade. All right. We're going to just look at the channel. This is Social Blade right here. Okay. When we started December 31st of 2024, look at that. We had 12,000 subscribers. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that nuts? December 31st, right there, 12,400, right? Oh, that's crazy. What a crazy year. So at the election, right? Or right before the election, we had 3,000. Then in December 31st of 2024, we had 12,000. And now we're finishing December 31st at 76,700. There it is, 76,774. Pretty crazy. Was a pretty wild year of steady growth. Had some bing bangs. Had a big one in February. We had another one that started in June. This is July's when I started streaming, right? Dance party goal. All right, let's go. We'll get that going. Let's go. So that's crazy. Dance party goal. We'll go 45. Let's go. There it is.
So, I mean, I do like to fucking start there, right? There's our dance party goal. I said it for 45 minutes. But, dude, what a crazy year. Isn't that nuts? That is a pretty nutty year, boss. I certainly will say I didn't expect to be all the way up here at the end of, you know what I mean? I thought maybe I was hoping to be like here by the end of the year, okay? I was hoping to be there. And so shit, boss. We're doing pretty crazy, right? Pretty crazy. That's like a almost, it's like a 6x growth, right? You canceled your Twitch turbo when I left there. Oh shit, boss. Oh man. So that's like the start of our year. Well, what was today, boss? Jesus. Today was fucking crazy, dude. Today, so let me just recap because I've had multiple naps today. My sleep is sort of like bizarre. But in the course of today, I've seen like brazen Islamophobia, right? Initiated by a couple of the racist cult members of Maga who were freaking out because Zohra Mamdani was sworn in with the Quran, right? You know what I mean? Laurel Loomer, Tommy Tuberville, some of these losers, right? There was that deep Islamophobia thing going on, right? That was part one. Zoran getting sworn in at midnight, which is, you know, a pretty crazy, a socialist mayor of a huge city. Now, simultaneously, right, while Zoran is getting sworn in as the mayor in New York City, we got Donald Trump with like all his wealthy buddies and cronies down in Mar-a-Lago, not very far from where, Jeffrey Epstein lived, right? And in fact, at the site of like another one of the news items today, so you got Trump here at his little New Year's thing. But like, dude, there was a bombshell that dropped with the Wall Street Journal, okay? That came out yesterday, but started getting a little bit of like notice today, right? Right? This one we're going to look at, which is crazy. And then the craziest shit is obviously the fact that Tim Walz finds himself right in the middle of the Republican crosshairs. Oh my God. Dude, Happy New Year from Maryland. Let's go, Skya. Let's go. Dude, remember though, guys, remember how I said that like Tim Walz, the one thing he's not good at is when he's in front of cameras and the reporters are like, you're a crook, and they're attacking him. Remember how I said that? Well, I'll be damned. Look at what it took him like 2 minutes to do, boss. Right? Look at what it took him 2 fucking minutes to do. Was voila. They are already there, boss. Right? It took them no time. It took them no time to make the big announcement, right? There it is. Right? No time. Okay? They're like, boom. They're putting him right in the hot seat. Oh man, dude. Isn't that crazy? That is fucking wild. I mean, we knew it was coming. We know what's going on. You know what's really crazy though? Was this, guys? What's really crazy is this shit. All right, dude, my head is spinning today because of the Tim Walz thing. Because of course, there's absolutely an op going on, but so this thing is wild. Hold on. Let me find the tweet. So look at this, dude. So you remember this content that was showing up, right? This content, dude, that was showing up. I don't know if you remember this, but I did talk about it on stream. Okay? Dude, this shit is wild, bro. Hold on. You notice nobody's talking about Epstein, of course, right? There's a huge, like, sort of Epstein break now while we diverge here. Made 2025 a little easier, and all of us appreciate you, boss. And Green, thank you. Dude, you guys definitely made 2025 easier on me. But, like, guys, this is crazy. Okay? Let me see. Where am I trying to find here? Double dance party tonight? Maybe. But so, dude, look at this. Guys, you ready? So, this clip that was going around with the Mar-a-Lago-faced woman, okay, remember this clip? Dude, look at this. This was from 8 days ago, okay? And look at this thing, right? Minnesota realtor claims Somalis bought 455 homes, converting them to home health care, luxury cars like BMWs. Dude, this is 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗍𝗆's mom, bro. So they have, his mom is part of this thing with the crazy Mar-a-Lago face. They were distributing his mom's, like, anti-Somali content, right? Isn't that wild? Dude, but, like, nobody was saying it's his mom. Nobody was pointing out that she wasn't announcing herself as his mom. Stop it. No, dude, this is the real deal. And it gets even crazier, okay? Because they were all pimping, right? And I was in here saying, where are the BMWs? Show us some of the fancy cars, right? And like, if you're saying there's a bunch of BMWs pulling up to these houses, okay, so show us one of these houses that's filled with the driveway of BMWs. I commented on this, you know, this was Christmas Eve, right? And this preemptively, okay, this preemptively came out before 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗍𝗆's thing, okay? When did 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗍𝗆's piece? 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗍𝗆's video came out, what day? December 26th. Okay? So his mother was running around before it announcing these, like, Somali, oh my God, we need to deport the Somalians. They're, like, you know, driving BMWs into these houses. Yes, I was saying, where are the BMWs? Where are the fancy cars? Because she did the same shit that 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗍𝗆 did, her son, where she stood outside something telling you this crazy story about Somalian people and the looting and the fraud. But none of what she was saying was necessarily happening behind her. Okay, now it gets crazier, guys, because several days before 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗍𝗆 drops this Christmas video, this post-Christmas video, 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗍𝗆's mom is out here saying the Somalis are scamming Minnesotans of taxpayer dollars. And nobody knew who this woman was. Nobody knew this was 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗍𝗆's mom. She wasn't announcing herself. She's got an incredible Mar-a-Lago face. But guys, it gets crazier, okay? Because 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗍𝗆's mom was literally just in a federal lawsuit for fraud, guys. This is like, and now, dude, his parents were defendants in a fraud lawsuit, okay? They were named as defendants in a bankruptcy trustee adversary proceeding involving improper financial transfers. It was like a civil bankruptcy case back in 2018, as like the same year that the during Trump's administration when some of this Minnesota fraud started. Okay? Isn't that crazy? Like, that is fucking wild, bro. Okay? And, dude, and it gets even weirder. All right? Because look at this shit. Was a subscriber, got hooked, and became a member. Kimberly, let's go. Let's go. We love to see it. Dude. So, to recap, we have 𝗙𝗫𝗍𝗍𝗧𝗔𝗟's mom starting off doing this. Like, obviously, she knew her son's video was coming up. So, 𝗙𝗫𝗍𝗍𝗧's mom is out there contenting this anti-Somali shit while 𝗙𝗫𝗍𝗍𝗧 is doing his video. Then he drops his video. Okay, this is something started by the Republicans in Minnesota who are trying to unseat Tim Walz. Okay, now I'm pretty sure, guys, Mike Lindell. I think the reason, you ready for this, guys? Do we have a troll? Who's the troll? Announce them. So Mike Lindell, I'm pretty sure, guys, Mike Lindell announced he was running for governor in Minnesota. Like, they knew this was coming. Okay? They knew this was coming, right? Absolutely. Oh, this person got you. Yeah, no, we'll nip that in the bud. Thank you, guys. Yeah, we'll just get rid of that real quick. Bye-bye. Smell ya. So 𝗙𝗫𝗍𝗍𝗧's mom on the hook for some fraud, but look at this, dude. They're from Utah, okay? He's from Utah. He's a Mormon, okay? He's a Mormon. Now, the thing about Mormons, I'm not going to judge him based on pure Mormonism, but I will say this. Mormonism is not kind to people with dark skin colors, okay? Mormonism, there's like in the devout Mormon world, you can't gain entrance to heaven if you're not white, okay? There is some deeply rooted racism tied into being Mormon, okay? Right? And so this, for him, the pursuit of the Somalian people, it could very well be like a religious crusade. But look at this shit though, okay? Their prom was canceled. This is back during the pandemic, okay? So their prom was canceled, but they're having a fucking home prom, okay? And so he had a home prom with his mom, right? Isn't that wild? Dude, he went to a home prom with his mom. Okay, he invited his mom to prom and they planned he went to a home prom with his mom during the pandemic. Dude, the mom prom. Oh shit. Dude, step aside rom-com entering mom prom. Dude, wow. Isn't that wild? But guys, so this now Tim Walz, obviously, guys, we look at this shit, Tim Walz, they have a whole, like, they're ready to go, dude. They, all of a sudden, next thing you know, the oversight committee is ready to bring him in. And what they're doing, okay, what they're doing is they're going to try to gut him, okay? You ready? They are trying to gut him in an environment where he doesn't operate well. Okay? Right? I mean, I told you, we talked about this the other day about how Tim Walz, the one thing he's not good at is he's not really good standing in front of a camera when people are in his face saying, you're a fucking crook, right? And so now they're having a huge spectacle expressly designed to put Tim Walz right under the gun with this, right? And make this huge national spectacle, okay? Isn't that crazy? That is crazy. Now, here's what's really wild, okay? And man, there's going to be a lot to look in here, okay? But yeah, so the thing is though, Leslie, is I think, you ready? I think because when Mike Lindell announced he was running for Congress or for governor in Minnesota, everybody was like, dude, what the fuck is going on? There's no way that guy wins Minnesota, right? No way. I mean, dude, if literally, guys, let me just take you through this. I literally tweeted about this too when he announced it. Okay, let me see if I can find the tweet. Okay, where I was like, right here. Oh wait, no, where was it? I mean, dude, I was like, there's no fucking way, bro. Like, when he announced it, I didn't mention his name in the tweet, but the first thing I said was like, oh my God, like Tim Walz automatically wins in next year. Like easy, like not even competition. But here's the thing, guys. When I'm looking at this, and I don't know if we'll be able to like prove all of this, right? I don't know if we'll be able to prove all of this or not. But guys, this Mike Lindell is running. I think Mike Lindell. Yeah, no, we got him. I think Mike Lindell, guys, right? I think he ran for governor because he knew this was coming, right? I think that's why he ran. Like who knows how long they've been cooking this thing up, okay? But they definitely, because now it makes sense, because nobody wanted Mike Lindell. Nobody thought Mike Lindell was ever, like, there's no chance this guy wins. Why is he even running? And then literally a couple weeks later, this shit explodes. Like they knew this. They've been cooking this up for who knows, right? Who knows how long they've been cooking it up. Are they that smart? Yeah, Gig. I mean, they are that smart. They are operating with the Heritage Foundation and the Manhattan Institute. They have people that have been like, I mean, you guys got to understand, this isn't even about Donald Trump. Like, Trump has been picked up by the Heritage Foundation and those guys. He has nothing to do with them. They've just simply grabbed Trump because he was good at like managing the voters. But the Heritage Foundation and the Manhattan Institute have spent the better part of like the last 40 years strategizing how to permanently take the U.S. government, okay? And they kicked it into high gear once Obama won, okay? These are the people, you ready? This goes even back to segregation, really, because what happened, guys, if you look at it, if you go back to the 60s, the religious right, they had no problem with abortion, okay? They didn't. They were not even anti-abortion, guys. The Southern Baptist Convention and none of the Christians in the 60s were like big anti-abortion. They weren't focused on that at all. They were exclusively about segregation. And then segregation ended, Okay, segregation ended, and they thought, oh, they're going to, right then in 73, Roe versus Wade passes and abortion is legal. Now, when segregation ended, they fully expected to fight for resegregation. But you know what happened, guys? And this is going to be when I say these 3 words, it's going to resonate. You're going to get tingles on your arm because of what a Donald Trump has been doing. But 3 words happened, guys. Department of Education. Okay, that's the 3rd word. Jimmy Carter, the Southern peanut farmer, established the Department of Education to make the federal government have the power to prevent them from resegregating schools. That's why it was created. It was created to prevent a return to segregation. And then the religious leaders, the religious think tanks or whatever were like, fuck, bro, now we're done. We have a government fucking lobby that will prevent us from resegregating the schools. And so what they did is they're like, what's our next issue going to be? And they turned to abortion. And then they became anti-abortion. And that became the thing they tested over the 70s and 80s. And then, of course, LGBTQ rights was another one. But so they have been working. Whoops, we blew out the chat. They have been working, guys, since segregation to fucking figure out how to reduce the power of people of color in America. This has been a long battle, guys. Okay? So now, if you look at what's happening, that, guys, is why the Department of Education has been chopped. It has nothing to do with education standards. It has everything to do with Christianity and segregation and the replacement theory and taking away, because it all starts with the schools, okay? What they do in the schools is what that's where the children, right? If you teach the kids, hey, gay people are human beings too, be nice to them, the kids are going to grow up being nice to them, and they're going to end up having rights. If you teach them the Bible and that, the black people are bad and the gay people are bad, if you teach them that in kindergarten, a lot of kids are going to grow up believing that shit. I mean, it ain't rocket science, Dude, it's fucked up. So now the Department of Education was one of the first things. That's why that was on the chopping block. And here we are. Here we are, guys. And we've had a big pivot now. Okay, big pivot from Nick Shirley's mom to Nick Shirley to now this ginormous smear campaign. Okay? Now, the thing that's wild about this, and here's where it's going to be in deep, is because I would suspect, I have not researched this yet, okay? But I would suspect, because we know the Minnesota, the story of Minnesota is that there's not a very big, they don't have a huge, blue advantage in their state house. Let's look at the Minnesota State House. So if we look at the Minnesota State House, look at that. It's 67 Republicans, 65 Democrat. Okay. And there's 2 vacant. Okay. So they have a Republican state house. Okay. Right. The Minnesota legislature. Okay. And then if we look at the Minnesota Senate is 34-33. So the Senate in Minnesota is barely Democrat, and the legislature in Minnesota is a 2-seat fucking Republican fucking majority. Okay? So the Speaker of the Minnesota House of Representatives, who is the woman running for governor who started the 𝗙𝗫𝗍𝗍 thing, they're trying to depose Tim Walz. Okay? They're trying to gut Tim Walz. You know what I mean? Isn't that wild? So here's my thing. Obviously, the fraud thing's been going on for a couple of years, okay? So now, what you got to wonder, all right, I'm going to talk one more minute, and then we're going to go into New Year's mode. Now you have to wonder, though, guys, has the legislature in Minnesota been fighting Tim Walz from doing things to end the fraud that was going on? Because obviously they've had fraud that they've been working on. He's been trying to deal with this his whole term. There was some fraud that started in 2018, okay? And then Tim Walz comes in and he inherited this fraud stuff, right? Or I don't know when he started. When did Tim Walz? He became governor in 2018. Okay, so he started. So he basically inherited this, right? The fraud began before he got in office, and then he sort of inherited this fraud shit. Now, what I wonder is, did the Republican legislature go out of their way to prevent Tim Walz from taking control of this thing? And now are they going to try to sink him with it? Right? I mean, dude, it's going to be very interesting because his opponents are going to this oversight committee. So now the oversight committee, these hearings are going to be an attempt to fucking sink Tim Walz to try and get Mike Lindell in there in Minnesota. Isn't that crazy? Oh my God. Dude, hope I feel doze twice as good neck. I don't know what that means, Matthew, but like, let's go, baby. Happy New Year to you too. Dude, this is crazy. Dude, this is fucking, it is wild. And they are breaking it out, boss. What a scandal. All right, dude, we have 4 minutes. Yes. Oh, interesting, Donette. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. They believe the only people getting abortions were black people. Jesus. Dude, the Southern Baptist Convention are so bad. They're so bad, dude. All of those religious organizations. Yeah, dude, we're going to celebrate. I'm going to get myself a little, like, a glass for my rock star to ring in the new year. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Oh, shit. Alrighty, 2026. Dude, Happy New Year to you, Flipper. Take care, boss. 3 minutes. Oh, we're going to get this ready. Yeah. 2 minutes. Everything's down to the wire with these guys. Oh, shit, are we going to make it?
I don't know.
Yeah, we're going to make it. Oh, Lord have mercy. I'm going to put on a little music. We're going to have a little bit of music. We're going to have a little music during this. Oh, yeah. Dude, 1 minute. Oh, but I want it back. Dude, James, gotta dance. Let's go. We'll do a little dance. Dude, we'll do a little New Year's dance. Love you too, Jake. Watch bar in the house. Let's go. Getting a lot of trolls? Yeah. I mean, it's to be expected. I have a lot of shit blowing up on Twitter. And so we're going to see a lot of trolls. A lot of the gamer kids are going to start coming in here as we grow too. It's going to get worse when we go earlier, right? Yeah, I mean, in the end, they're probably all fucking some of the same people. All right, here we go, baby. Dude, you guys are going to give me a countdown. Let me know when we're at 10. All right, when we're at 10 seconds away. Girl Friday, let's go. All right, there we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh! Yeah! Oh! Let's go. There we go. And me, I don't partake in that stuff. Oh! Let's go. There it is. Happy 2026. Yes. There it is. There it is. What a good song to start off with. Woo! Oh, yeah. All right. All right. Let's go.
Paint away. Day and night, 6 hearts, hope I'm okay. You're alright, goodbye, then if you dare.
Let's go, baby. Rumpelstiltskin is in the house. Dude, so long. Let's go. Happy New Year to you too, boss. I feel far away. Dude, I missed a couple. I'm gonna go back. Dude, Hillary, let's go. Thank you, Hillary. Appreciate you, boss. Dude, good riddance 2025. Yes, Lisa. Let's go. Fuck you, 2025. Get shit on. Dude, Happy New Year, punks. Pine Box watch initiated now. Pinky. Fuck you, Donald Trump. Get shit on. Dude, blue wave incoming. Yes, let's go, Paula. Donald Trump, get shit on. All right, let's go. Dude, Gorg, let's go, baby. Incoming. Oh, dude, Engrain says Jenny. I miss any? Ooh, oh, 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 oh. Woo! Ooh, oh, 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 oh. Ooh, oh, 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 oh. Let's go. All right.
Paint away.
Do you like to bring a chair in?
Day and night, 6 hearts, hope I'm okay. You're alright, goodbye.
Yeah.
If you dare, someone new is pulling everywhere.
For a minute, we're gonna hang out for a champagne supernova for a minute. New gig, let's go, baby! Happy New Year! Dude, Day Trader 2026 Year of the Pine Box, let's go! I believe in Chinese New Year it is the Year of the Pine Box, isn't it? Dude, you like Rainbow Bright Cherry? Yeah, Jenny does too. Somebody, I saw a Bad Talent Show said, Happy New Year, you guys are too cute, let's go. Dude, I saw somebody here. I'm going to kill the music now for a sec because I did. You're going to have to move that way. All right.
On camera?
Sure, why not? There you go. So I saw, there we go. That's what we're talking about. Look at that. There we go. So I saw somebody. There it is. There it is. So I saw somebody say up here that 2026 is a universal one.
Yeah.
Okay? That it is the start of a new 9-year cycle. You know what's crazy, guys? Is like I am like aligned with the one. All right? In fact, that's why I choose like the direction I sleep in my room is connected to that numerology. So that means 2026 is going to be my motherfucking year. Oh, let's go. Dude, Christine, Happy New Year. Let's go. 2026, dude. We love to hear it. Dude, it does smell like a, I do. I smell pine. I smell pine fucking box. There we go. Let's go, baby. Pine box. Is that thumbnail for real? I mean, define real, okay? The thumbnail, everybody here, I'll show Jenny the thumbnail.
I saw it.
Oh, you already saw it? Okay.
You should pull it up.
Yeah.
Good.
Define real, guys. Here, let me grab it. I'll show you. Here's the thumbnail for today is this one. All right. There it is. There's today's thumbnail. Dude, Bubba. Oh, let's go. Dude, smells like spleen spirit. Indeed, there it is. Define real. I would say in the sense that, you know, Donald Trump, like his version of reality, then yes, that is very real. Lovely couple. Thank you, Kimberly. Let's go. Appreciate you guys. Dude, Happy New Year. Fuck you, 2025. Dude, Sheet, I'm with you. Dude, I'll be honest, guys. 2025, it's been a mixed blessing. I mean, you know, we started off looking at obviously the growth of this YouTube channel. Mr. Scribbles, you're the GOAT, Tommy. Fellow Portlander here just found a documentary about you and your one-man band tour. Didn't know you could get any cooler. Here's to a great year, brother. Let's go, Scribbles. Thank you, boss. Yeah, that documentary, that movie is good, boss. That is some good shit. Thank you. Let's go. Dude, appreciate you, boss. Let's hear it for Scribbles. Dude, Happy New Year, Tommy and Jenny. Sean, let's go. Abundance. Dude, you love to see it. Dude, there we go. We made the dance party goal. 𝗙𝗙𝗏 dumpster fire. Yeah, fuck that guy. Trumpy, get shit on. Oh! But, so, what was I saying? 2025 was mixed blessings because obviously, like, oh my God, you know, the year's been great. The growth of the channel, I'm getting out of debt. Like everything has turned around financially, but like the stress level, the amount of tension, the amount of like nonstop daily chaos from Donald fucking Trump and all of his bullshit has been insane. It is literally like, it feels like a Titanic sort of thing. It's like, I feel like we haven't hit the iceberg yet, but there's like 100 icebergs everywhere, and you know you're about to hit one. We just hope it doesn't sink the goddamn ship. And now they're gunning for Tim Walz, and it's like, holy shit, bro. You realize that, guys, this isn't even about them. This is not even about them, because think about Trump and think about his pettiness. Guys, this is not just about even fascism. This is about Donald Trump personally trying to politically destroy everybody who was like critical of him. Okay? Now, man, I want to see Tim Walz come out fucking firing, bro. Dude, just the tip. Yeah. Oh, shit, bro. It is going to be crazy. And you're right. They do it with all leftists, but like, man, they are going to try to personally skewer people. All right. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
You know, And it's, you know, it's also been weird because my son moved away. So now I'm an empty nester. And we did talk to him tonight. That was nice. I like your Discord message.
Yeah, you like that?
I did see that. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
2025 was a 9-year.
Oh, louder.
2025 was a 9-year,
Yeah.
a year of completion, and it was also the year of the snake, like
shed the old skin. All right.
And so, and 2026 is a 1 year, the year of new beginnings. Horse.
Louder. Got it.
And it's the year of the horse.
All right. Perfect. The year of the horse and a year of new beginnings. Let's go. Dude, that is like, I like the horse shit. The horses are very actually. Well, I do. I don't like horse shit. I like the horse stuff because horses they're used to heal like sexual abuse. Like women and men who have been raped or SA'd, there's horse therapy for sexual abuse. And I was sexually abused. I have a history of that. So horses are amazing. Now, I'm going to be honest. I love snakes too. I do. I love fucking snakes. So I don't even mind shedding the skin and the snake. I've been a snake fan since I was a kid, right? You like the manure. I don't really like the manure, but dude, equine therapy is amazing. Horses are truly amazing. What is that? You're saying horses are used with autism? Horses are helpful in like helping autistic people like connect or something? Is that what that was? You like Ewoks? All right. Ewoks are pretty good. 2024 was the year of the rabbit. All right. Dude, fuck 2024, bro. Dude, 2024 was tough. Dude, it was. Dude, I mean, it was good though. I can't really complain. Horses are great for kicking Trump in the face. Dude, that's amazing. You're toasting with a burrito? All right. I would like the snake. Dude, I love snakes. I do. I had many snakes when I was a kid. Okay? I was a huge cockroaches get no love. No. Dude, Jenny hates cockroaches. Dude, she really doesn't like cockroaches. I don't like cockroaches, but I don't have a vendetta against them. I don't mind them. I don't mind them. I kind of understand them. They're just trying to do their shit. And everybody's like, what the fuck is up with you? And they're like, dude, what is up with me? I'm just chilling.
Unicorns are magical horses.
Unicorns, magical horses. You wanted a skink? Okay. Yeah, skinks are pretty crazy. Skinks are interesting.
Like a snake?
No, skinks they're like a type of salamander, right?
Like snakes with legs.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but they're more amphibians. They're actually like skinks are more like frogs than they are like snakes, I think. I think of them as like frogs, but they are essentially, right? They're lizards. All right. But they remind me of like frogs. They're amphibious lizards. Hold on. Now we got to do a little research here. All right. What is this? We're going to look at skink. Here we go. Oh, they are. All right, so they are they are lizards, okay? All right. Oh, dude, all right, never mind. Now I see what we're doing. So these are, all right, I was thinking of the salamanders. All right, never mind, dude. Yeah, I was thinking of, hold on. I was thinking of newts. All right, never mind. My bad. Yeah, all right. I was thinking wrong. So you know what must be a skink, guys, all right, is I wonder if the alligator lizards, yes, the alligator lizards.
You know what are cute are mud skippers.
Are these guys, dude? No way, dude. So I used to have these all the time, dude. Oh, but they're not skinks. Okay. So they are not skinks. These were the kinds of lizards that I had in California were these guys a lot. I had a lot of these guys. Those of you in California, you catch them wild, right? Me and my dad used to catch these guys. I had many of these. They're alligator lizards, right? And so when you said skink, I was thinking of newts. Yeah, no. I was thinking of newts. All right. And it's my bad, right? I was totally thinking wrong. So skinks are you're right. They're the snakes with legs. They're these fucking guys. All right. All right. She's right. I'm wrong. Looking forward to a new time slot. Let's go, 𝗙𝗍𝗶. Dude, I make mistakes. Come on, bro. Dude, no way, dude. Tiana.
Thank you. Cockroaches are disgusting.
Happy New Year. Cockroaches are disgusting. Huntsman spiders are even worse. Let's go. Crazy. You crazy. Let's go. Let's go, Tiana. Appreciate you. Dude, huntsman spiders. Are huntsman spiders the huge ones? Right? Yeah, so Dether, the 𝗙𝗃𝗍𝗪 is from, I believe it's from South America. And I've seen 𝗙𝗃𝗪 actually, right? I went to 𝗙𝗃𝗪, right? I went to 𝗙𝗃𝗪 with Bryce when he was fucking, when he was younger, right? Or, no, actually, I think, now I can't remember if I went with Bryce or my girlfriend or the three of us, but I've seen 𝗙𝗃𝗪. That is an amazing show, right? It is amazing. 𝗙𝗃𝗪, it's like a horse show that's kind of like a Cirque du Soleil, but they're on horses. It's crazy. But yeah, all right, there we go. I was thinking of the wrong thing with the skinks, guys. My bad. I stand corrected. Huntsman spiders are they the big ones? Or the huntsmans are like the foot wide spiders? Dude, Newt Gingrich, fuck that guy, bro. But yeah, man. So we are starting 2026 with a full scale, right? Full scale attack on Tim Walz. That's nuts. Bro, what a crazy smear job. Dude, you're in Jefferson, Jibs? Holy crazy shit. They're down in Australia, the huntsman spiders. All right, let's look one up. We're going to check one out. Oh my God, dude. What the fuck is that, bro? That shit is not okay, boss. Dude, what the hell, dude? Can you hold them? They're essentially harmless? Okay. They're saying they're essentially harmless, but they're just crazy looking, right? 13 centimeters? Dude, what the fuck? I mean, but they don't bite you, right? They love hiding in visitors' cars. All right. Dude, don't touch animals with scandalous colors, right? Avoid plants with milk. All right. Dude, these are crazy, but dude, that shit is gnarly. I don't know if I'd be holding it. Just between you and me, but let's see the ones that are, the jumping spider, right? The ones I'm talking about. Wait, where's the big?
Cute.
No, that's not what I'm thinking about. Big Australian spiders. So I guess it is the huntsmans are the big ones. I thought they were, oh shit, bro. I mean, dude, I had a tarantula. Dude, Ratch, let's go, member.
Let's go.
You remember? Oh, so they are not toxic, but they like to run up your arms and legs and they fall on you from the ceiling. Yeah, dude, I'm not sure how I'd feel about that shit, boss. Right?
Oh, they're so big.
Dude, yeah, that shit is crazy. So they're not dangerous, but they just like crawling on you. I wonder if they like the warmth of the human body, you know? So yeah, that's pretty wild. I had a tarantula, guys. Okay? I had a tarantula when I was 21 and I lived in Redondo Beach. I had a tarantula that was like, it's pretty big. I got him in a really weird way. There was a laundromat that I used to go to do laundry. We didn't have laundry in the house. And I lived in a house with like 4 other guys and a girl. And so I went to the laundromat one night and I met a guy at the laundromat who had like, I can't remember what he had. If he had a fucking tarantula, he had some crazy, oh no, he had a scorpion with him at the laundromat. And I was like, dude, why do you have a scorpion at the laundromat? And he's like, dude, you have no idea how many of these things I have. And so I walked to his house with him and he had like 20 terrariums with scorpions and tarantulas and all that shit. And he gave me one. He gave me a little thing and the tarantula. So I went to the laundromat to do my laundry. I met a crazy dude. I went to his house and I came home with my laundry and a tarantula. And there you go. And so I used to do this shit at parties, okay, where I would bring him out at parties. We would have parties at our house and I would like carry the tarantula around with the party, at the party. I would let people hold him and shit. And occasionally I would take all my clothes off and lay on my back and let him crawl around on my equipment to sort of like, as a party spectacle, I would get naked for the party guests and let them watch the tarantula crawl across my genitalia. Dude, just as like you want to see what this thing can do? Dude, we were a strange bunch, okay? I never got bitten though. He never bit me. But then, you know what happened though? So he was named 𝗙𝗎𝗍𝗪. I named him after one of the characters in the Dharma Bums, right? And so, yeah, all the stories include taking my clothes off for the most part. But anyway, so what ended up happening was my mom's husband, right? Her new husband, I needed a material. I needed new like AstroTurf for the spider's cage. And what ended up happening was my mom's husband gave me this like foam thing and I put it in the spider's cage and then the spider died and I was like, what? And then I went to my mom's husband and said, where did you get that foam thing? And he's like, oh, it was an air conditioning filter. And so like he gave me some air conditioning filter that like then poisoned my spider, I guess. And I was pretty sad about that. Right, dude, it was not a happy moment, dude. Jaffe, R.I.P., buddy. He was amazing. He was a great spider, dude. Yeah, he got some sort of toxic shock from it, right? He went into like molting position and he just never came out. You know, it was really sad. It's pretty sad, boss. You know, I'm sad about that. I liked that spider. That spider, dude. David, let's go, baby. Yep. There's my spider. He was an amazing tarantula, right? You tear your bed apart before you get in, dude. That's crazy. Yeah. See, I don't know, man. I don't know how I'd feel with huntsman spiders, dude. Somebody asked how Jenny and I met. We met in the theater, right? I guess technically we first met without meeting, but like. So it went down like this, okay? I had a job. There's a guy in chat named Watchbar. That's a guy named Jake. I had a job at a bar, okay, with one of the guys that's been hanging out some in chat. To your spider, let's go. Thank you, mister. Appreciate you. So I had a job at a bar. I had worked there for 9 years. I was over it, okay? I was over this fucking job. I didn't want to be there anymore. And we had an employee meeting one day and the owner of the bar was like yelling at us. And I stood up at that meeting and said, you should stop yelling at us because you guys, like, you have fucked this bar up. Okay. We have like wobbly tables and the menus are written on with Sharpie and you guys mismanaged this shit. You made our incomes go down. And like, so fuck you telling us it's our fault. You guys are running this place into the ground. I used to make a lot of money at this job. And now I don't because you guys don't know what the fuck you're doing. And so the next day they fired me. Okay. Dude, they fired me the next day. And the manager, I had known this guy for almost a decade. He was like, I'm really sorry. And I'm like, dude, I know you're firing me. And he was like, what? And I'm like, don't worry about it, boss. I don't want this job anymore. Like, I'm fine. Like, have no fear. Dude, I totally let him off the hook because I was like, dude, I am like so thankful to be like out of this job. So I got fired. So then it was summertime, guys. Okay. And I was coaching my kids' Pee Wee football team, and I had started taking acting classes, and I wanted to be an actor. So you know what I decided to do? Single dad, $900 a month rent. I had like $2,000 in the bank. I had no money, no nothing. I said, you know what? I'm not even going to look for a job. Fuck this. I'm going to be an actor. I'm not even going to fucking like open up a fucking website. I'm going to say, screw looking for a job. I'm going to be an actor. And a week later, I booked my first paying gig, okay, as the lead in a play called How I Learned to Drive, okay? And then during my audition, the director of that play was Jenny's good friend. And so Jenny walked in and sat down during my audition. That's when I first saw her. And then she came to see some plays I was in. And then I came to see like a one-woman show that she was in. And we were both very moved by each other's work. And then a year later, we ended up in a play together. And by then I had a job. Like I was an actor all summer. And then I ran out of money in November. And then I got a phone call from a friend of mine who had just gotten a job at this really premier like club called the 𝗙𝗙𝗏. And so I got a job like without looking for a job. The job came and found me. That happens to me a lot. But so then the next summer we were in a play together the next spring. But she was married, right? She was like married when we met. So I was not going to get involved with a married woman. I have done that before. It is not a good idea. Okay. Even when they're in open relationships, it's not a good idea. It never turns out well. But nonetheless, I was not involved with her at all. And we were in the play together. And then after the play, there was a cast party. And then I told her husband off publicly. Her husband worked at this college I used to go to. And I was like, dude, that place is crooked. Like, how can you fucking work for that place? What the fuck is wrong with you? And so I got into like a crazy argument with her husband, being like, dude, what kind of integrity do you have, homie? Like, you are fucking suspect. And I also at that time was wondering, like, why is she married to this guy? Because this guy was kind of a bit of a schlump, okay? But then I didn't see her again. Like, the play was over. It was like sayonara. And then like months later, there was a big audition. There were these citywide auditions, and Jenny came storming in and like sat down at my table and just like dumped and was like, I left my husband. I'm going to therapy. I'm changing my life, all this crazy shit. And I was like, whoa, that's crazy. I was like, the big move, right? The big move. Like, I respect that. And so then I think a short while after that, we like spent some time together. I helped her prepare for like a Shakespeare role on Memorial Day, like in this theater at this religious school, right? Concord University. That's now like University of Oregon. And then we started dating. And then essentially what happened, guys, was she was going to buy a house with that director, the woman who directed that play I got where Jenny walked into my audition. We were down in Ashland at the Oregon Shakespeare Festival, all three of us. And Jenny and that woman were talking about buying a house together. And I was like, whoa, we should buy a house together. So I essentially elbowed out her friend and said, no. Instead of buying a house with your friend, let's you and I buy a house together. And so
and we're not friends anymore. This story, like, our relationship should not have worked. Like, don't follow this advice.
So then I elbowed out, after I got rid of her husband, I elbowed out her friend, and then we moved in together, and we bought a house together, and then we remodeled it for like 2 years, and then we went to therapy for like 3 years, and here we are, okay? You know what I'm saying? Dude, it's a pretty funny story. That is, what a dirtbag. I mean, guys, I don't know if you remember this, but you may have remembered, like, we were talking yesterday about, like, oh, if I ran for an election, people were like, what would you do? And I was like, if I ran for election, I would do whatever it took to win the fucking election. I guess, dude, joined a little late. Wanted to wish everyone a happy new year. Loving the Rainbow Bright t-shirt. Thanks for all the great 2025 moments. Much love. Thank you, Bad. So I guess at the end of the day, I just kind of do, you know, whatever it takes to get the big win. Right? Dude, looks maxing. Dude, this looks maxing, dude, it's like confidence maxing. I don't really do looks maxing because I'm not much of a looker, but I do some confidence maxing. That is definitely part of my repertoire. Right? Right? I confidence maxing is in my genes. Right? I fake it till I make it. Dude. Yeah, the Shakespeare Festival in Ashland's amazing. It is. I mean, it depends on what's on tap. But like when we went, we saw fucking, you know, what did we see? We saw Streetcar. There was Streetcar and a bunch of like crazy King Lear. Yeah, it's in Ashland, Oregon. It happens every is it the spring, early summer, or August? No, it's like sometime in the summer.
Like most of the year, like
but
good weather.
But it's crazy. You go down there and there's like 50 plays, and they're indoor and they're outdoor and they're indie, and they have it is wild. It is a wild experience. But should get Jenny a headset and microphone. Let her participate more often. All right. Well, we'll work on that. We'll put that on the list.
I don't know about
Yeah, Jenny doesn't really like the whole. She's not a huge fan of the streaming in front of the camera.
Well, you'd be hard to share a mic with. It's hard to get a word in with this guy.
Yeah, that's why I don't do guests, because I never shut up. Right? Guests would require me to shut up for a minute, and so I just talk. Right? Yeah, Ashland is down in Southern Oregon. Right? But start her own stream. She did do her own stream for a while. She doesn't like streaming. She doesn't like the energy output required to stream, right? She's not like an always on individual. Like streamers are like tend to be people who don't mind always on, always oning, you know? Like streaming is let me just tell you, you know who makes really good streamers? Are people who fucking can talk endlessly, and they love the fucking sound of their own voice. That's who makes good streamers. You gotta be in love with the sound of your own voice. And that's definitely me. Dude, I love my voice. I do. Dude, I love me. Dude, I love the things I say. I just love it. I'm so funny. Dude, when I'm editing myself, I'm just in here laughing. I'm like, oh my God, I am so charmed by myself. I am, dude. I'm gonna make sure I have the right one. I am, yeah. All right. Let's go. Do you have any last words for the group? No.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year. Dude, she's gonna go play DBD, and we're gonna talk a little about the mess we're in. Enjoy that bottle of champagne, baby.
I will.
Yeah. Is it? Good. Good. Love you. 2026. I am definitely smitten with me. Dude, I've always been smitten. Dude, your girlfriend go back and forth with my okay, all right, you know what I'm saying? Dude, yeah, I do have turning phrases. I do. I might try to water some of them down though as I go into the mainstream. I'm trying to clean up my talking a little bit, not a lot.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do know what you're saying. Thank you. Dude, she's funny. Dude, we love Jenny. But yeah, dude, the way we met is a pretty wild story, isn't it? You saw King Lear? Let's go. In Sarasota, let's go. Yeah, so anyway, to say one last thing about, okay, to say one last thing about the Oregon Shakespeare Festival, if you have a chance to do the Oregon Shakespeare Festival, the thing that's crazy about it is the actors there are like so good. Yeah, it is in Ashland. It's called OSF, the Oregon Shakespeare Festival, but it is like there are so many good actors there. It is like nuts, like really insane productions. And they do really crazy, you know, like I don't know, they take a lot of liberties with these things, you know. With the way they put on the plays, they do some really gutsy, you know, they have some really gutsy interpretations of some of the plays. And so I highly recommend, if you get a chance to go there, it's something to do. I don't know if I would go every year, okay? But like, you know, we haven't been back since. But I think you should go once. You should like look at it, and it's one of those things where you should keep an eye on it every year. And when you find a year that it's banging, you should go. You should go. If there's some plays you want to see. I mean, we happen to just go in a really good year. But again, you know, that was so weird though, because you know what was so weird about it? One more addendum to that thing. Because you remember the director friend that Jenny was going to get a house with? Well, so I was supposed to go to the Oregon Shakespeare Festival alone with that director. Okay, the plan was me and the director woman were going to the Shakespeare Festival. And I like added Jenny on and said, hey, I want to bring Jenny too. And then the friend was like a little weird with that, right? Like it was weird. I added Jenny to the trip, and then Jenny and I like moved in together afterwards. Dude. Oh, dude. I mean, it was convoluted. It was a little convoluted, but here we are, right? That was in 2013, right? And here we are 12 years later. I did zip in there. It was right. But you know, it is what it is, right? Dude. All right. So guys, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm going to put on a little music. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then I'm going to come back, and we're going to do some fucking politics, okay? All right? Get ready. It's 2026 now. Nice arms. Thank you. Somebody did say, when do I start at 8 p.m. tomorrow night or tonight? Right? January 1. I will be on at 8 p.m. All right? Stream will be over at 11, okay? I'm going 8 to 11 from here on out with the occasional late night. I'll be right back. All right? Hang tight. Let's go, Elite! Let's go, baby! BRB!
Back in the day, complications never wore my patience. I was always ready to play. Why face the day in the sunshine in LA? We hit the beach and rode the waves. I lost my balance, I was faded. I was trapped and wrapped up in a scene that was never really me. Plastic lights and starry eyes, and all the freaks were left outside. So I'd look in and wonder why. Where was mine? I couldn't find it. But you're all I've got. You're all Some days it just feels like this will never be enough. Most days it just feels like a struggle to catch up. And I won't mind the day I find what a peace of mind you are. 'Cause life is a wonderful mess. Time to walk away, trade my sunshine in for rain. Same old ways in a different place, but something's changing, changing. I wanted answers and direction. What I got was second guessing, hesitation, no sensation, just more questions. Nothing to blame for being stuck inside this frame of mind. If I can find my way, who I am, what I want, where I'm going, where I was, it's not up to you. I wish there was something you could do, but you're not me, so you can be my answers, answers, because you're all I've got. And you're all I want. Some days it just feels like this will never be enough. Most days it just feels like I've struggled to catch up. But I won't mind the day I find what a peace of mind you are. 'Cause life is a wonderful mess. You're all I've got. You're all I want. You're all I've got. You're all I want.
Song, bro. What a tune, dude. Dude, that's one of my favorite songs that I ever wrote, dude. Wonderful Mess. Oh my God, dude, did I miss another one? Are you fucking crazy? All right. No, I didn't. Perfect. All right, good. We're good. Yeah, no, Tiana's great. Oh, let's go. What IEMs are these? I don't know what they are. They're cheap ones. Like I bought some really good ones before, but when I got these, I was like, I had not been making money for a while. So I was like, fuck it. I just bought the cheap in-ears that were like $30 or whatever. And they're really good, dude. I bought them off Amazon. They're actually really good. They're very different than the pro ones, but I was like, you know what? I'm just going to buy some cheap ones because they kind of get all sweaty. And as a streamer, you beat the shit out of them. So there's no point in buying really nice ones because like you, as a streamer, you kind of abuse the equipment, right? It's all hot in here and you get like, you use them so many hours. So I just bought the cheap ones from Amazon and they turned out to be pretty good. Hey, all I ask for is a little bass response, right? These were like $30, okay? They were like $30, right? Some brand that were like $30 on Amazon. And they are great. They have some good bass and I will definitely be buying them again because they're perfect for streaming, right? I wouldn't use them for, you know, if I was like playing rock and roll on stage or anything like that. But for streaming, they're amazing. You know what I'm saying? All right. So here we are, guys. Hold on one sec. All right. So, all right, you ready? Let's go. Dude, here we are. Dude, 𝗙𝗏𝗏, man. Homie's getting attacked, boss. Jesus. Right? Should have bought 2 so I have a spare. Yeah. Although, dude, it's pretty easy to get them. Hold on, I'm having a fucking head thing. Dude, we went and saw Song Sung Blue today. Man, that movie, what a journey, bro. Jesus. Song Sung Blue, highly recommend it. It's a fucking crazy experience. The hard luck. Hard luck is what comes to mind, man. You know what I'm saying? But like, isn't that wild though, guys? About like the targeting of 𝗙𝗏𝗏. For those of you who weren't here in the beginning, we ran through some of the 𝗙𝗏𝗏 shit. And so like what was crazy is 3 days before the release of 𝗙𝗙𝗍𝗍's video, we had 𝗙𝗙𝗍𝗍's mom doing anti-Somali content, okay? And then 𝗙𝗙𝗍𝗍's video comes out, and then we find out that 𝗙𝗙𝗍𝗍's mom and his dad have been involved in a fraud lawsuit, right? Isn't that crazy? That shit is nuts, okay? So 𝗙𝗙𝗍𝗍 and his family are like fraudsters, right? And they are definitely working with the Minnesota Republican Party, and they are trying to oust 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏. This is a targeted political attack. Okay. Now, guys, what's crazy about this? Here's what's wild about this, guys. Is the corruption in Minnesota started before 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏 was even governor. Okay. This shit, the big bust they had started in 2018. So 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏, okay, became governor of Minnesota, and Minnesota already had this fraud problem. So 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏 is simultaneously trying to navigate, like, not turning his back on all of the Somalian people, while simultaneously having to deal with some Somalian fraudsters and other fraudsters. The big woman behind that feeding one was a white woman. It's not a Somali woman who was the ringleader of the big one. Okay. So what's crazy about this is I think, guys, you ready? I think we are going to find out this. I'm telling you right now, because look at this. Let me just show you. Let me take you through this. All right. This is very important. Yes. So look at this. So I did a tweet right here with this woman where I said, look at this fucking idiot. Where is it? It is right. Dude, where's that tweet? Let me find it. All right, right here. I said this fucking idiot is this tweet right here. This fucking idiot who is coincidentally running for governor is the person who gave 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗍𝗍 the info on which daycares would be closed. Okay? This woman, 𝗙cie𝗹𝗹𝗪, okay? She is the speaker of the Republican House, State House in Minnesota. She is Tim Walz's chief enemy. All right. There is a Republican majority in the House, and she is the speaker. She is very Mitch McConnell-like. She is a ruthless, gnarly, anti-Tim Walz guy. She's running for governor. Okay. She is the one who is starting this smear campaign against Walz. I call him 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗍𝗍. Yes. That is my name for him. Every time I refer to him online, I call him 𝗙𝗙𝗃𝗍𝗍. All right. That's his new name. Dude, I can do the names too, dude. 𝗙cie𝗹𝗹𝗪. You know what's so crazy about this? I lived in Wisconsin half my young years. I had a crush on a girl. There was a girl named 𝗙𝗪𝗪 that went to my grade school and junior high. She had braces. I had a big crush on 𝗙𝗪𝗪, right? She lived 6 blocks from my house, right next to this girl, Denise, that I had a crush on. So it's kind of funny that now this political enemy is this woman. She didn't look, well, she's not related to this idiot though. Okay. But anyway, there is a 𝗪𝗪 that went back in my childhood history. But so this woman, okay, is running for governor, and she started this shit. Okay. She is the one who is activating this. Now, what I was going to say, guys, is I think we're going to find out this. I think we are going to find out that 𝗙cie𝗹𝗹𝗪 and the Republicans in the Minnesota State House have been preventing Tim Walz from being able to take control over the situation. I think we are going to find out. I predict that we are going to find out that Tim Walz and the Democrats have been trying to install safeguards or some measure of oversight that would allow them to get a handle on this, and that these Republicans have been purposefully trying to prevent it from happening. And in order to use this situation as a way to try to win Republican power back in the state, right? That's what I predict, guys. That's what I think we're going to find out. I think we're going to find out that this is more because Minnesota has been pretty reliably blue for the last little bit. Now, you may have noticed, what did Donald Trump say? Donald Trump is now saying, hey, right? Donald Trump is saying, hey, we want to investigate California. We want to investigate Illinois. We want to investigate New York, right? Isn't that interesting, guys? Now they are going to try to drum up some fraud investigations in their big Democratic strongholds. Because again, guys, this is all they want to do is they want to flip one or two of these blue states. If they can get, right, if they can get a governor in California or Illinois or New York or Minnesota, they will then gerrymander the shit out of the legislature and make it so that state is all red. They're trying to guarantee the red control of the House permanently in these states. Now, I'm telling you right now, guys, I'm going to tell you right now, you're hearing it here. I'm telling you what the long game is, guys. Okay, look at this. Hold on. I'm going to show you. Okay, you ready? look at this map. Okay? So this is the state partisan legislature only. Okay? And look at what we got here. Okay? Republican state legislatures. Okay? Chambers, right? So the state legislatures, there's 28 Republican, 18 Democrat. Okay, you ready? And it is gerrymandering that did this. Okay, so right here, look at this. The state legislatures for a constitutional amendment, right, is, what is it? Is it 38? It's 38, isn't it? 38. Okay? So the long game, guys, is 10 more state legislatures. Okay? They have 23, right? 15, 11 are divided. Okay? But guys, they're after two things. Okay? Get a governor and then start trying to gerrymander the state. Get a governor, get a state legislature. Okay? Once they gerrymander a state like Wisconsin, Wisconsin's state legislature was 2/3 Republican, but they had a supermajority. But the state is 52 to 54% Democrat. Okay? But their legislature was 2/3 red. Now, what they've been trying to do, guys, is they want 38 state legislatures. And why? Because that would be a constitutional amendment spree. So number one, they just want to win one big blue state, whether it's Minnesota or whether it's Illinois or New York or California. If they win a blue state, they would then be able to gerrymander it, take control, then they're never going to lose the House. That's number one. Okay? Now, the thing about this, though, is if they get 38 states, they will constitutionally amend no abortion. They will constitutionally amend no birth control. They will constitutionally amend no pornography. They will constitutionally amend like segregation. Who knows what they'll do? But if you look at Project 2025, they have a long list of things that they would like to put into constitutional amendment. LGBTQ people's rights gone. Okay? Right? Marriage, only a man and a woman. And no non-Christian, you're deported. Right? I mean, we're talking serious shit. So their long game is this. They want constitutional amendment. Okay? That's their long game, is wanting constitutional amendments to permanently ratify this shit with some of these crazy state legislatures. Now, I'll tell you about the post office. So, guys, mail-in voting, you got to be very smart about this. This goes into effect right now, okay? At the end of December, they passed a law, guys, with the post office where they changed the definition of the postmark, okay? Right? Because of mail-in ballots. So what they are now is they have changed the postmark definition. Okay, so here, you ready? So it used to be you go to the post office, you give your mail to the post person, they stamp it, your shit has been postmarked. Now, the postmark happens in the regional mail center, which means you go to the post office and hand them your letter, they put it in the bin. When all those bins get collected and go to the regional one, the big post office in your city or county, then they postmark it there, which is going to add anywhere from 1 to 4 days before it gets postmarked. Okay? Now, you can ask them. You can request a postmark. But if you do not specifically request it, they can just hold your ballot for like 4 days and postmark it 4 days later. They did this specifically, guys, Because Donald Trump's buddy is running the post office. And so they have changed the definition of the postmark. They've made it so there's no guarantee when it's going to happen. So now what you really need to do, guys, is either mail your shit. I would say don't even mail your thing. I think the safe thing to do is to take it to the election office and put it in the election office drop box, or actually ask for a postmark. Okay? Because yes, if it's not postmarked by a certain date, they can throw them out. Okay? So, right? So I say just go to an official drop box, right? And vote in person. No, I like mail in, but I just drop mine off at the precinct. Okay? I go to the voter precinct and you just use the drop boxes there. But guys, they did this because they're trying to fucking thwart the mail-in vote. Okay? So if you mail it in, you want to mail it in ASAP. Okay? Or get a postmark. Make sure you request the postmark from the post office. Okay? Because guys, they're rat fucking everything. Okay? They're going to hurt their own voters too. I mean, maybe, but they are trying to rat fuck mail-in voting. They're trying to pass voting restrictions wherever they can. They're closing polling places. They've made laws that, like, you can't give somebody water if they're in line, so they can keep you in line for like 12 hours. They're trying to obfuscate and complicate and thwart the voting process in districts of color everywhere. They are scandalizing. Obviously, you see the hit job going on with Tim Walz. They're going to now spread that to Illinois, to fucking California, to New York. They're going to try to kneecap Gavin Newsom's presidential campaign. Okay, they are going to try to damage the economies of blue states. They're withholding, federal money. I mean, they are doing everything they can, guys, to shit on the House. Like, I mean, I don't know, man. Here's what I think. I think Democrat voters are going to be very motivated. Okay. I don't know about you, but I feel motivated. I feel like not only do I want to vote in November, I want to vote like a hammer to a fucking large pane of glass. Like, I want to vote hard. You know what I mean? I want to vote with like a boot. You know what I'm saying? I want to vote with like a boot right in the fucking ass of MAGA. All right? Happy New Year, 9 a.m. in England. I love waking up to your commentary every morning. Thank you, Tim Weaver. I love it, boss. I will say this though, Tim, I'm streaming earlier starting today, New Year's Day. So some of you are going to be missing the live. You can still hear my commentary with the recorded one, but I'm moving my hours. All right. I'm moving to a little bit of an earlier time to get on a schedule, but we love you, Tim. I love England. Let's go. One of the bands that you hear, some of the music you hear on this stream, the drummer in one of those bands was from Manchester, and he now lives near London, right? He lives just outside of London. And so I have a definite tie to the UK, to England. And Richard, dude, was an amazing drummer. All right. He was an amazing drummer. He's a good guy. We got reconnected. You know how we got reconnected, guys? It was because of Fortnite. Okay. I hadn't heard of Richard in like ages, right? And then his son started like watching my content playing Fortnite. And Richard was like, one day went to his son, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Oh, I'm watching this Fortnite guy." And Richard looks at it and Richard is like, "I know that guy." And his son is like, "Fuck you, Dad." And he was like, "No, you don't understand. I really know that guy. I used to live with that guy. I was in a band with that guy." And his son is like, "Bullshit, Dad." And so then he messages me on Instagram and I'm like, "Yeah, dude. Like, we go way back. Isn't that funny? Dude, oh, that's hilarious." That's how we got reconnected, because of Fortnite, dude. He was a pretty good drummer too. He's crazy. Oh shit. Dude, wild. It's funny how life works, man. And yes, the MAGA observers are only targeting blue votes. Okay? They're everything here, guys. They are targeting all blue. Okay? You know, yes, Uncle Fatty, that is great. That is a great idea. If you can get involved locally, if you can be a poll watcher, if you can get involved with this stuff, this is crazy. Okay? This is crazy, guys. They are rat fucking. Okay? Bet I have a bigger audience. Maybe, we'll see. But they are rat fucking every single aspect of this election. Okay? Right? You know what I'm saying? They are rat fucking everything. And believe me, Jet, the Democrats are on this, right? The one thing I will say this, guys, here's what I will say. Here's my belief. I believe that the better legal teams are on the Democratic side. Okay? There's no doubt in my mind that the Democratic lawyers are way better. And guys, there are so many legal battles right now that are actively going on. It is insane. Okay? It is insane how much legal wrangling is going on a day-to-day, right? But the problem is, of course, the Supreme Court is on their side. Okay? So right, that's the thing that's really troublesome. Is if shit gets to the Supreme Court, it ends up on their side. But, you know, not everything can get to the Supreme Court. They just don't have the bandwidth to take care of it all, you know? And why didn't we pack the court under Biden? I mean, dude, first off, there's a couple of reasons, right? One is like Joe Manchin, right? And Kyrsten Sinema, and they weren't going to fucking end the filibuster because Joe Biden would never do that. Okay? Joe Biden is not, I mean, dude, you know what I'm saying? Joe Biden was never going to do that. It's not Joe Biden's role, right? You need, well, no, they could nuke the filibuster, okay? But you need to have a sociopath, right? He should have, yeah, but he's not that guy. I'm telling you right now, guys. All right, you ready? Here's the deal. You may not want to hear what I'm about to say, but if you want to nuke the filibuster, you need to put somebody like Gavin Newsom in there. Okay? You need to put somebody who is ruthless. All right? If you put in Andy Beshear or Shapiro, you're not going to nuke the filibuster. Okay? If you put in Gavin Newsom or somebody who is ruthless like that, you need to put in somebody, right? You can't put in one of these wonky do-gooders who's trying to like make everybody like them. Okay? Newsom won't tax the billionaires. No, I think Newsom would tax the billionaires. I don't think Newsom's going to say he would tax the billionaires, Gemini, during a presidential campaign, right? You got to understand how this works. Okay? During the campaign, Gavin Newsom is going to say whatever's going to capture middle America. Okay? Right? That's what Gavin Newsom's going to do. He's going to avoid topics that are hot button, and he's going to lean into topics that are hot button, and he's going to try to delegate. He's going to do what Obama did, where he's going to pretend like he's not going to address certain shit that might cause a shitstorm, and then he's going to get in there and he's going to, you know, take a hammer to some shit, right? You know, I personally, like, I think if I were to pick, okay, guys, if I were to pick, I would do a Gavin Newsom AOC ticket. I think that would be the ticket. Gavin Newsom AOC would be the ticket, right? Or you know, Gavin Newsom and some other firebrand lefty, but having Gavin Newsom's corporate stodginess, whatever, everybody hates him, right? Be like the central figure, okay? Right? And you know what I'm saying? I mean, the thing about him is like, you know, is you know, Newsom, he's definitely meeting the moment, okay? You know what I'm saying? If he doesn't say it, he will lose a big part of the Dems. Yeah, see, that's the thing though, Hercules. Like, you know what I'm saying? The thing about like the concept of losing the Dems, like that's dumb. The Dems, if the Dems are even talking about, if you don't say X, Y, or Z, you're losing our vote. If you are saying that going into 2028, like you need to rethink why the fuck you're saying that. Because at the end of the day, like, I don't care if it's Howdy fucking Doody who says he's going to cut taxes. I am not going to let J.D. Vance into office no matter what the fucking Democratic person says. I don't fucking care. They could run a fucking salamander. You know what I mean? Like, we need to be smarter voters. We're not going to get another shot, guys. We're lucky we're even getting a shot now. If we give them 2028, we will never, I firmly believe, if we fucking give them 2028, like, we may be cooked. You may wake up with a Bible wedged so far up your ass that you taste parchment every time you fucking exhale. You know what I'm saying? Dude, I know we're going to be lucky if we're not cooked already. But dude, fuck JD Vance. Dude, yeah, fuck James Carville, dude. Dude, let me just tell you guys. All right, listen to me. I don't want anybody listening to James Carville, that old wrinkly motherfucker, ever again. Okay, because that guy backed down to Melania Trump. He was talking about Michael Wolff and Melania Trump with Epstein, and Melania Trump said, you delete that video, and he did it. Dude, that guy's a cuck. That guy has no balls. All right? You know what I'm saying? I know, dude, like, I would vote for Gavin Newsom just to torture 𝗙𝗙liche𝗶𝗵, boss. Right? I would. Dude, I would. I'll vote for Gavin Newsom just to make 𝗙𝗙liche𝗶𝗵 personally miserable. Dude, James Carville, fuck that guy. Bro, Crypt Keeper, that's funny. Dude, that guy is just such a fucking goofball, dude. He's weak. He is weak. But yeah, they're rat fucking guys. Okay? Dude, you and your friend used to love watching James Carville. I mean, there's a time when James Carville was a voice. But like some of these guys, okay? And listen to me, guys. The thing about it is it's not personal with them. Okay? It's not personal with them. But when you look at like James Carville, when you look at like the Pod Save America guys, they existed, okay? They existed. I'm still not over her blocking me. No, I don't care about her blocking me. My thing with Anna has nothing to do with her blocking me. It's with her being a destructive voice. I mean, she's a Tucker Carlson fan, guys. That is not a left-winger, okay? If you are a Tucker Carlson fan, you are not progressive. You're not even a populist, okay? You are anti-Semitic if you are a Tucker Carlson fan. You are a fucking right-winger, okay, that is masquerading as less damaging than you are, okay? I don't like her because she is a damage. She's more dangerous to the Democratic coalition than fucking Riley Gaines, right? Because the thing about 𝗙𝗙liche𝗶𝗵 is when you can spot your enemy, you can monitor them. But like, she's one of those people who's like, hey, I'm a left winger, but I'm going to slowly move all you left wingers closer to Tucker Carlson and these right wing figures, dude. She is like Joe Manchin. She is Kyrsten Sinema, okay? Which is funny because she got on there and attacked Kyrsten Sinema, but she is Kyrsten Sinema without the money, okay? Anna's like broke. All right, she's kind of poor compared to all these other political figures. And so she is like jealous of Hassan. She's jealous of Megyn Kelly. She's jealous of Candace Owens. She's jealous of all the rich fucking political people. And she is like a subversive trying to get right-wing rich, but she can't, like, they won't accept her as a right-winger. So she's trying to do that, like, right shifty thing, dude. She's very, very dangerous. Okay? Those people are very dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Like, think about it this way, guys. I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but have you ever had a friend group? Okay? Have you ever had a friend group, guys, where you have somebody that's in that friend group and they're like your confidant? They attach themselves to you and they are like your buddy, your friend. They encourage you to open up. They're always like, tell me what's going on. Let me help you out with this. And then about 6 months down the line, you find out that that person has been rat fucking all of your relationships behind your back. And they've been coming to you to like be there for you, simultaneously pulling information out of you and then taking that information to sink you at your job, with your girlfriend, with your friends. That is 𝗙𝗪𝗏, guys. That is who she is, okay? That is who she is. And those fucking people are dangerous, all right? Fuck her blocking me. I don't care if she blocks me. Dude, I can still talk shit to her. I can just fucking quote tweet her shit. But she's dangerous, guys. And they were very bad during 2024. They were sinking the fucking Democratic Party that entire election, all the way back to when Joe Biden first said he was running. They were sinking, okay? They were. Now I liked her 5 years ago, but I started disliking her even before I politically streamed, okay? They are very Joe Rogan-ish. They are very Joe Rogan-ish, right? Where they're not really left, guys. They only went left because left was like winning and big and popular, okay? They only went left because left was like a way of them to make a lot of money. They had a whole, like when you think about it, guys, when you think about it, it's their content creators were the lefties, okay? They grabbed all the, Fran and Kyle and fucking Sam Cedar and said, oh, we're going to optimize for you. But they just grabbed all the lefties and then they kind of went along with some of that shit when it was getting views. But the whole time, dude, they were, I don't know if they were ever really left. I think they were more just detonating. I think their left wing was about detonating the Democratic Party. You know what I'm saying? And dude, super damaging, right? So we are going to rat fuck Anna and Cenk. Like totally. Dude, we are. We're going to fucking, I'm going to make a ton of content shitting on them. All right? I've kind of taken a little break. I need to maybe get back into it and need to start shitting on them more. All right? It's hard because Natalie used to always find a lot of that good stuff and she's not around as much. But if you guys find good, like, anti-TYT shit, we need to shit on them a lot this year. But, yeah, man. Dude, I don't like those. I don't like those guys, okay? I don't. I do not like frauds, like two-faced people, fake people like that. Dude, you know what I'm saying? They were at best, they were insisting on purity or they were always just anti-Dem. Yeah, they were definitely anti-Dem, right? But we do have to get serious though, guys. I feel like we're going to get rat fucked. Like we have Trump rat fucking the post office. They're trying to rat fuck election law. They're going to try to put ICE in. They're going to send ICE. I'm telling you, they're going to send ICE outside voting fucking places wherever Hispanic people might show up to vote. Okay? They are going to try to thwart because they know Hispanic people hate them and they know that they're livid. And so they are going to try to put ICE anywhere where there are immigrant voters. I guarantee some shit like that is going to go down. We may have to have big protests protecting, right? We may have to have people protesting at election fucking precincts to clear the way, just like, you know what it reminds me of, guys? I'm telling you right now, dude. Little Rock, Arkansas, 1957, boss. This is what it reminds me of, okay? We are going to be here, guys. We may have to build a wall of people, right? It's going to be the Hispanic or the Somalian or the black voter trying to get to the goddamn voter precinct, and there's going to be ICE standing around, and we're going to have to show up and build a wall of bodies to make sure people can vote without being harassed. I would not be surprised if this is where we're at come November, guys, that they are going to try to oppress the vote the day of. They're going to put a military presence in voting precincts where there are any type of minority voters, and we may have to go show up and fucking like en masse to protect these people. Okay? You know what I'm saying? You know, and we fucking, dude, this could get real, boss. Okay? They do want a Nazi America. I mean, they're already trying to do it. I mean, J.D. Vance said it. We're not apologizing for being white. Nobody was ever asking them to apologize for being white, guys. Right? What we were asking them to do is to stop doing this. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? We didn't want you to apologize. We wanted you to stop being this fucking woman, bro. It's not about apologizing being white. It's about stop doing this. You know? And now, dude, this is what, right? This is what's going on right now in Minnesota, in Washington, in California. Okay? They're going to any daycare that has a person of color or a Somalian name, a Muslim name, an Arab name, any daycare that they think, ooh, this is a Somalian person, they're going to investigate them. Okay? And now what's crazy is if we were to look in any state, I bet there's daycares that are white people that are mooking that shit too. Okay? I guarantee you there are white daycares, there are white medical offices that are overbilling Medicare, there are dentist offices that are overbilling, right? There are nursing homes that are overbilling Medicaid. This fraud is going on. There's a lot of government fraud. The Pentagon is probably crazy, but they're not going to look at any of the white offices. They're not going to look at any of that shit. They're not going to look at the fancy, you know, upscale doctor's office that is double billing fucking shit, right? They're not. They're not going to look at any of that, guys. They are going to only look at the Somalians and whatever the people of color, okay? That's because this isn't really about stopping the fraud. This is about generating, like, they're trying to spin the immigration narrative, okay? They are trying to spin the immigration narrative because, guys, immigration was dead, okay? Tear gas, fighting, people were standing up to ICE. Everyone was like, fuck this. And now they've just pivoted. They don't even talk about immigration raids anymore. Now they're going to California and you know, Illinois and New York, but they're going to do it attacking Somali people in particular. So now they're switching the immigration to, you know, these other people of color, right, that are Muslim and a lot more teeth to it. They are on the second wave. Yes, it has teeth because it's anti-Muslim and it's anti-brown skinned people. And right, so it functions the black racism and the Islamophobia. Like, it's like a twofer for these racist idiots. Dude, it is, dude. It's fucked up. It is fucked up, bro. And they're going to just try to target the same states, you know? Right? Right? That a majority of them voted for this. Yeah, but like, you know, I mean, you know, what are you going to do? Right? They did vote for it, but it doesn't matter though, because they're he doesn't care about them. He's going to throw them under the bus. Like, we need to pick up the pieces of this because he's going to end up trying to destroy not them, right? But yeah, I know. I mean, their whole narrative, guys, about like, ooh, all the Somalis or all the Haitians or all the South Americans voting for Democrats is bullshit. Dude, it's like so many of those people voted for Trump, okay? There's so many of those people. There are so many Muslims that voted for Trump because he was like anti-trans and anti-LGBTQ. And like half of the people coming from South America are voting Republican because they're devout Catholics. These people are not simply fucking Democrat voters. There's no fucking way. Deeply religious Muslims and Catholics are voting with the Republican Party despite the Islamophobia because they know that they know that the Republican Party's like, you know, they can be a Muslim in the Republican Party as long as they hate other Muslims. You can be a trans person in the Republican Party as long as you hate other trans people. That's all you have to do is you be the chosen one and everyone else is the enemy, right? So all you need to do. Now they are bleeding. MAGA is bleeding bad, dude. They're fucked up. They know. I mean, look at this, dude. Like, let's go look at Polymarket, right? House results. I mean, look at this shit, dude. Dude, look at that, dude. Oh, dude. Yeah. Right? 80-20. Now, here's the thing, guys. You ready? You ready for this? Okay. So I know that they're attacking Tim Walz. I know. Look at what they did with Jay Jones. The violent left. I don't think these numbers are changing. Okay. I know. Fuck Polymarket, but it's data. Okay. Dude, I don't like Polymarket, but it's data. All right. And it's not owned by, you know, Donald Trump's son like 𝗙𝗍𝗄𝗆 is. Okay. But this is all bullshit. But there's some accuracy to this. Okay. Like if this is the general consensus here on Polymarket, these guys are probably not winning. You know what I mean? But so the thing about this though, guys, is I don't think this is changing. You use Polymarket. I would never use Polymarket. I don't gamble, right? Okay. But the thing about this is this is not going to flip. This is never going to be 50-50. Okay. This is never going to be 50-50. Okay. It's not like there is no way, you ready? There is no way, even with scandals, even if they mire Tim Walz in scandals, even if they mire Gavin Newsom in scandals, even if they mire fucking whatever, J.B. Pritzker in scandals, even if they mire everybody in scandals, I think the Dems are going to show up and vote for the scandal, okay? It's like the candidate, literally, right? Look at Jay Jones. They, for 3 months, guys, they were like, wow, the left is violent. The left is burning Portland. The left is burning Chicago. The left it killed Charlie Kirk. The left tried to assassinate Trump. The left killed Melissa Hortman. Jay Jones is going to murder your kids. And Jay Jones won by 10 fucking points. Okay? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think any of this shit matters. I don't think any of those scandals matter. I think the rat fucking of the post office, the getting votes thrown out, the trying to strong arm us at the ballot box, the trying to disenfranchise voters and close precincts, it's going to be the rat fucking things that are going to be the difference. Okay? You know what I'm saying? It's going to be the main, they're going to have to cheat their way out of this. Okay? Because the people are fed up. Like even in Minnesota, okay? They're going to try to get some criminal conviction of Tim Walz, right? That's what they want to do. They want to like hope he makes some mistake where they can have some fraudulent charges. But I think even if they charged Tim Walz and he went to court like James Comey and fucking beat the rap because he's obviously not defrauding Minnesota, okay? We know he's not defrauding the fucking state. But even if they charged him and ran a whole thing, I think the Democrats are going to come out and vote for him and be like, fuck you. I don't think this character assassination shit is going to work anymore, guys. I think the Epstein thing, I don't think anyone's forgetting about it. Okay? I don't think everyone's forgetting about it. Yeah, dude, Mike Pillow has like millions in defamation. Okay? He does, dude. Happy New Year. Let's go. Dude, yeah, no, we are at war, though. We are. Dude, I mean, people, oh, civil war, dude. We're already in a civil war. Okay? We are in a fucking civil war, guys. Dude, I have not seen Jack Smith's testimony. We're going to look at it. What I want to look at right now, guys, is I want to look at this thing. Okay? We talked a little bit about Nick Shirley's mom. Okay? But I want to look at this. Okay? This is important. This came out yesterday. Okay? Wall Street Journal article. If you guys want to read this article, I put a gift article on my Twitter. Okay? I'm going to put the tweet in here. I did put the article out. Where is it? Let me find it. Right here. All right. Here's a link to the tweet. The gift article is in the replies. Go like that tweet. Also, if you guys want to, I have a good Trump JFK tweet that is the cover tweet. You should fucking like that one too. But if you want to read the Wall Street Journal article, okay, go to that link. It is in the replies of that tweet. It's a gift article, so you can read it. Because I will sometimes put gift articles in the Discord because I now have subscriptions to like all the fucking papers. So if there's a gift article you guys want to read or something, you can always ping me in Discord. And if I see it, I'll throw it in there. Okay, but this is a very important article. And it says, the incident that prompted Trump to ban Epstein from Mar-a-Lago spa. Okay, now, guys, this is fucking important here because more of Donald Trump's dishonesty is coming to the forefront. Okay, you ready? Let me just read this and then we'll discuss it. Okay, spa. Yes, the Mar-a-Lago spa, which was a very nice spa. But you ready? Mar-a-Lago sent an 18-year-old spa worker on a house call to Jeffrey Epstein in 2003. She complained to her bosses that Epstein pressured her for sex. Okay, we will pause there. But this article is the first of new reporting where we find out not only did, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell go in and find Virginia Giuffre and take her out of Mar-a-Lago, Mar-a-Lago sent spa attendants, underage ones, to house calls at Jeffrey Epstein's house. And it was common knowledge that the guy would expose himself. They knew it. Everybody knew it. People got warned. Yeah, he's probably going to expose himself and do that shit. And one of them went to the house call and fucking he pressured her for sex. And she was like, man, she had a problem, went to her bosses. Well, so Megan, you ready for this? Dude, the thing about Mar-a-Lago is they did more than that, guys. They outsourced all their workers, okay? He would hire workers, young girls who worked in the spa or worked in the coat check, and they would like outsource them to be babysitters, right? Because there are properties, there's like rental properties on the grounds of Mar-a-Lago, right? Because it's this big resort. So when rich families would come and be on the rental properties, they would outsource their spa workers and whatever to go babysit or take care of the kids and do shit for these families. This whole thing was like putting these young people out and to do the bidding of whatever rich family was hanging out at Mar-a-Lago. It was very indentured servant like. You know what I'm saying? Very indentured servant-like. Dude, crazy shit. Okay? Now, all right, so employees at Mar-a-Lago Club warned each other that Epstein sometimes exposed himself during in-home spa appointments. So, what's important about this, guys, okay? What's important about this, guys, is the timing, okay? Because here's what went down, okay? Donald Trump says, oh, I got rid of Jeffrey Epstein when he started trying to snag girls from my work, right? No, Virginia Giuffre got snagged from the work in 2000, okay? So in 2000, one of his spa workers got plucked and went to work for Jeffrey Epstein. And Trump knew about it because her dad was a groundskeeper there. Trump knew Virginia Giuffre's dad, and Epstein paid off Virginia Giuffre's dad. 3 years later, they're still doing house calls, okay? So Jeffrey Epstein stole a girl, right? Stole a girl. You know what I'm saying? Jeffrey Epstein stole a girl from the spa. He recruits a girl from the spa. He abuses her, pays off her father, who also works at Mar-a-Lago. And 3 years later, after that, they're still sending young girls to house calls at Epstein's house. So they were sending them after she was recruited, okay? And the thing is I know you could say like whatever, the guy was technically her stepdad, but he was there from like little on. Okay. So it was like, I just refer to him as her dad because he is the guy who raised her and she did take his name. Okay. Roberts. Right. So he did adopt her. And like, so for all intents and purposes, he was her dad. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think you should call him her stepdad because it wasn't like that. He raised her from little on. He adopted her. She had his last name. Like he was definitely her father and he molested her. It was not like a stepdad situation that came in. You know, I mean, he was, but he wasn't. You know what I mean? He was like the real deal, right? But hold on one sec. Right. Yeah. And you know what though? He wasn't even a stepdad. No, dude, he wasn't even a stepdad. She was born to him. Sky Roberts is her real dad, boss. All right. There you go. That is her real dad. There was no stepfather with there, right? So boom. Yeah, she was born to him. So there you go. There we go. Another piece of misinformation. I thought he had come in when she was like 2, but no, she was born to him. I honestly thought he came in later, but whatevs. But anyway, so the point of this story, guys, and the reason why this story is so important is because of the timeline. It is because of the timeline, guys. Okay? This story is important because of the timeline. Because 3 years after Virginia Giuffre was recruited, all that time after she was recruited, Mar-a-Lago was still out house calling young girls to Epstein, even though employees knew he exposed himself. Right? Jeffrey Epstein wasn't just a frequent visitor to Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago club in the late 90s, early 2000s. The club was also sending spa employees, usually young women, to Epstein's nearby mansion for massages, manicures, and other spa services, according to former Mar-a-Lago and Epstein employees. Right? Yeah, no, Dashboard, you're not wrong. Biological fathers do it a lot. It happens a lot, boss. Okay? The house calls went on for years, even as spa employees warned each other about Epstein, who was known among staff for being sexually suggestive and exposing himself during the appointments, according to former Mar-a-Lago employees. The spa occasionally provided house calls for members. Epstein wasn't a dues-paying member of the club, but Trump told staff to treat him like one, the employees said. So there's another thing, guys. Not only was, right? So even when he wasn't a paying member, Trump specifically told them to treat him like a fucking paying member. I mean, that is so damning. And this is after Virginia Giuffre got recruited, right? This is wild, guys. This is wild, okay? The spa, Trump told staff to treat him like one. Epstein had an account at the spa where his companion, Ghislaine Maxwell, booked appointments on his behalf. This all came to a halt in 2003 after an 18-year-old beautician returned to the club from a house call to Epstein and reported to managers that he had pressured her for sex, former employees said. A manager sent Trump a fax relaying the employee's allegations and urged him to ban Epstein. Some of the former employees said Trump told the manager it was a good letter and said to kick him out. Okay. The beautician disclosed the house call to the club's human resources team. One of the former employees said the incident wasn't reported to Palm Beach police, according to the former employees and police. So Virginia gets recruited. Then 3 years after that, they continually send young women to Epstein's house for massages, even though all the employees know this man exposes himself, which is a very fucking criminal act. And all of that goes on for years until this one girl says, I'm not doing this. And she goes to human resources and then they say, okay, we're going to kick Jeffrey out. Whatever. But dude, he wasn't even a member, right? He wasn't a paid member anyway, right? Or whatever. Wasn't officially a member, but they kick him out. They didn't report it. Okay. They didn't report it, guys. They didn't fucking report a 40-year-old man exposing himself to fucking teenage girl workers. And they continue to send him teenage girl workers. Okay. The departments didn't begin investigating Epstein until 2 years later when a parent told them Epstein molested a 14-year-old girl from a local high school. That was the stepmother when they caught her with $300. All right, Epstein was arrested in 2006 after several underage teens told the police he paid them for sex. Now, when this case first went before, like, the DA, Barry Krischer, before the FBI got involved, the Palm Beach police guys found 40 girls. 40. Okay? Let me put that in chat for you. They had 40 girls whose stories all matched up, lined up, of repeat visits, recruiting other girls. 40 Palm Beach girls. The Palm Beach police had their stories, had the evidence. They had evidence from Jeffrey Epstein's trash. They had a rock-solid case with 40 teenagers. And then 2 of them spoke at the grand jury, and then they portrayed the 2 that spoke as though they were drug-abusing, sex fiend prostitutes. And then the FBI went in and got all that shit and gave Epstein immunity and buried the case. Okay? But 40, dude, it's insane. And they had all this, and they let him off. All right, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Tuesday that the Journal was writing up fallacies and innuendo in order to smear President Trump. No matter how many times this story is told and retold, the truth remains President Trump did nothing wrong, and he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago for being a creep, Leavitt said in a text message. Now, I want to look at this response. Because, guys, doesn't this response remind you of something else? Do you see something else, the way they treated Trump, where their whole thing is no matter what you say about this story, the truth is that President Trump ended Epstein. Dude, this is what they say about slavery, guys. They're like, no. We're not going to talk about slavery and the black codes and segregation. No, white people in America ended slavery, guys. That's what we're going to talk about. We ended slavery. We're not going to talk about the 100 years of segregation and Jim Crow afterwards, or the act that it built our entire country. The narrative of slavery is the white people ended it. All right? Don't you forget it. After a civil war and like national legislation and 100 years of like trying to reinstate it in some sneaky ass way, like who are they kidding, bro? Okay? He kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago for being a creep after they sent the creep who exposed himself young women repeatedly for 3 years after the creep recruited one of the spa workers and started putting her into the sex trade, right? Representatives for the Trump organization didn't respond to a request for comment. Okay, the beautician's allegations and the Mar-a-Lago spa's practice of dispatching workers to Epstein's homes have not been previously reported. Employees sent on house calls like the 18-year-old beautician were typically licensed by the state boards of cosmetology or massage therapy. Okay, the allegations came 3 years after Maxwell recruited another employee, Virginia Giuffre, who said she was 16 when she left the spa to work for Epstein. Giuffre died by suicide this year. The Wall Street Journal identified 4 other Mar-a-Lago employees who were listed in Epstein's address book, which was obtained by the FBI in 2009. By the time Epstein was banned from the spa in 2003, disquiet over his presence at the club had been bubbling for years. You ready for this? Here's where it gets crazy, including from Trump's second wife, Marla Maples. So Marla Maples apparently had a problem with Epstein in the 90s, like when Trump and him were friends. In the 90s, in the mid-1990s, Marla Maples warned her husband and others that something was off about Epstein, according to the employees. All right, the Wall Street Journal got former employees who fucking recall this. The relationship between Epstein and Trump, spanning from the 80s to the early 2000s, has been the focus of intense scrutiny this year. The Justice Department, in response to a law passed by Congress in November, has recently begun releasing thousands of documents from its files on Epstein, some of which reference Trump, many of which reference Trump. Concern it, the snow puppies missed the race. Let's go! That's right. We always got room for the snow puppies. Thank you, Sam. Okay. Being mentioned in the files isn't an indicator of wrongdoing. Trump has said he cut ties with Epstein years before Epstein's 2006 arrest. Trump and Epstein continued to cross paths after the spa banned Epstein and Maxwell in 2003. Now, this is interesting, though, guys, because they banned him from the spa in 2003. But if we look, how long... I believe he continued paying dues until 2007, guys. Okay. Epstein's official account at Mar-a-Lago was listed closed in 2007. All right. So he was banned from the spa. Okay. Whoops. He was banned from the spa in 2003, but they didn't close his account until 2007. Okay, so they stopped sending him girls. I mean, they didn't ban Ghislaine Maxwell from the spa. Okay, so then Ghislaine had to sort this shit out. But, right, they were in fierce competition for a Palm Beach property up for grabs in bankruptcy in late 2004. And Epstein's message book showed 2 calls from Trump the month of the auction. So even after he banned him from the spa, he was still calling and leaving messages for Epstein. In 2008, Epstein reached a controversial deal with federal prosecutors in which he pleaded guilty to solicitation of prostitution and procuring a minor. And he was arrested a second time in 2019. He got immunity on this first deal. That was the Alex Acosta thing. And then he died in jail awaiting trial. Okay, now. Yeah. And yeah, it's pretty crazy. Now I will say this though, because Acosta did get him off, but Pam Bondi was not involved in the first trial at all. She was all the way over in Tampa, and she was like unconnected to this. But once she became attorney general, She definitely, Pam Bondi in 2011 when she became Attorney General, she then became aware of this and certainly made sure that none of this ever found its way to the press. Or, right? It's like it had no chance of ever seeing the light of day until that Virginia Giuffre lawsuit in 2016. It was that defamation suit that created the depositions, the public records, etc. And then Julie K. Brown wrote those articles, and the rest was history, right? Post Me Too. But Pam Bondi definitely covered this shit up as soon as she got in there. Nobody even heard a peep about this. Nobody mentioned it. It may as well have not existed. Okay. And she fucking knew about it. I guarantee you there's no way you were the Attorney General of Florida and didn't know about it, because the thing about this, guys, is Epstein was still abusing girls after that arrest. Okay. He was abusing them right up until 2019. He was just offshoring it. They were going more to the island, I think. And I would be willing to bet they were doing a lot more instead of local Palm Beach girls. I bet that it was Jean-Luc Brunel girls. Okay. And yeah, no, he wasn't even in jail 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. He was at his house. He got to go to the office. Okay. Dude, but this didn't stop him. Okay, now Trump has given a variety of answers about when and why he cut Epstein off from Mar-a-Lago and then ended their friendship together. I had a falling out with him. I haven't spoken to him in 15 years, Trump said after his 2019 arrest. When asked this summer why he stopped socializing with Epstein, Trump said it was because Epstein had lured away some of his staff. Now we know that's a lie, because for 3 years he was still fucking, right? 3 years later, dude, he was still fucking, outsourcing girls, sending young girls to Epstein, even though he exposed himself to them. Because he did something that was inappropriate. He hired help, Trump said. I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again, and I threw him out of the place. Persona non grata. Trump, in his social media post on Christmas Day, said he was the only one who did drop Epstein, and long before it became fashionable to do so. The White House, meanwhile, said that Trump kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago for being a creep to his female employees, including Giuffre. Into the early 2000s, Trump continued to associate with Epstein, saying in a New York Magazine profile, he was a lot of fun. He likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. A letter bearing Trump's signature and a drawing in naked woman was part of that birthday book, which was his 50th birthday in January 2003. Trump, you ready for this? Trump sued the Wall Street Journal in July over the article about the letter, calling it non-existent and alleging defamation. Congress has since obtained the letter from Epstein's estate and publicly released it. The Journal has moved to dismiss the lawsuit. But there you go, guys. Trump was suing the Wall Street Journal for defamation, saying that letter didn't exist. And then Congress got the fucking letter, and we know it exists. Maxwell regularly visited Mar-a-Lago Spa when she booked Epstein's in-home appointments, charged services for herself to the account in Epstein's name. The spa made house calls for some members, but preferred that they come in for services, former employees said. Maxwell also used the spa to recruit young spa workers for side jobs, which weren't authorized by the club. She said they could make some extra cash by giving massages to her friend, former employees said. So there were probably other, right? There were probably other Virginia Giuffres that just like one and done. Okay. I'm not Doctor Who, but that timeline is horseshit. It is indeed. Okay. Maxwell went to other spas in the Palm Beach area in search of massage therapists for Epstein, according to a 2009 deposition by Epstein's house manager, who said he drove her as she made the rounds. Maxwell was convicted in 2021 for her role in the ring and is serving a 20-year prison sentence. And of course, she got moved to this, country club by fucking Donald Trump. Representatives for Maxwell refused to comment. Maples, who married Trump in 93, widely shared concerns with Mar-a-Lago staff about Epstein as soon as the club opened in 95. She was vague about her reasons for disliking him. She told employees that something about Epstein was wrong and off and that she worried about his influence on Trump. Okay, the comments were out of character for Maples, who rarely spoke ill to anyone to staff, the former employee said. So that was something that stood out. She never talked shit about people except Epstein. Marla, of course, is Tiffany's mom. Some of the former club members, some of the former club employees said that Maples communicated her concerns to Timothy McDaniel, who worked as a bodyguard for the Trump family and oversaw security at their Florida properties. McDaniel wouldn't respond to requests for comment. So everyone is like zipping up. Maples told Trump she was uneasy about Epstein's presence. She didn't want to spend time with him and didn't want Trump to either, according to former employees and people close to Maples. But Epstein continued to attend parties and events at Mar-a-Lago. Representatives from Maples didn't respond to requests for comment. Trump and Epstein had known each other since the 80s, had once made a bet over whether Maples was pregnant. According to a story Epstein retold in emails sent in 2015 and 2016, recently made public by Congress. As payment for losing, Maples gave birth to a daughter, Tiffany, in October 1993. Epstein wrote that he sent Trump a truckload of baby food worth $10,000. All right. Trump's friendship with Epstein outlived his second marriage. He and Maples announced their separation in 97, finalized their divorce in 99. Okay. By then, Epstein had developed a reputation among spa staff for being inappropriate on house calls. So, dude, oh, this is crazy. So they're saying that not only they're saying that they knew he was exposing himself to girls even before Virginia Giuffre, guys. That's crazy. So the club opens in 95, and by the time she separated and left Trump, he had already had the reputation in the 90s. From the very beginning, they were sending young girls from the spa to Epstein's. He was exposing himself and shit. And then he takes Virginia Giuffre, and then they still send him young girls. And then finally, when this one girl's like, I'm filing a complaint, they're like, whoa, all right, now we'll ban him. Right? Isn't that crazy? Like, that place should be shut down, guys. A massage therapist who worked in Mar-a-Lago in the late 90s, early 2000s recalled asking managers why Epstein couldn't come to the spa as he talked about sending someone 2 miles away to his house. The bosses told her Epstein preferred spa services in the privacy of his own home and warned that employee that Epstein sometimes exposed himself during the massages. So yeah, that's why he doesn't come here, because he pulls it out. Oh my God, dude. Dude, what are we doing, bro? Like, you know what I mean? Dude, this is fucked up. Okay, in 2000, Maxwell offered Giuffre, then an attendant in the spa, work as a massage therapist for Epstein. On her first visit to the mansion, Giuffre said Maxwell brought her into a room where Maxwell took off her clothes, including a Mar-a-Lago polo shirt. Epstein essayed her, according to her memoir, which is a good book. If you haven't read it, read it. It's a hard read, but it's a good read. Over the next 2 years, Giuffre alleged Epstein essayed her, trafficked her to other powerful men, which include, Governor Bill Richardson, Ehud Barak, Prince Andrew. Like, there's a lot of other people that have gone unnamed, but it was a lot of people. Okay. In a 2016 deposition, Giuffre said she never observed Trump participating in abuse of women or girls. Okay. And she said Trump couldn't have been friendlier when she met him. But again, her dad worked at Mar-a-Lago and Epstein paid off her dad. So obviously with Epstein doing this shit at the club, Trump was never going to be inappropriate with anyone that was pulled from the club. I mean, that's a no-brainer, guys. Okay. Whatever Trump did with Epstein did not involve the girls at his club. Okay, it most certainly involved girls at New York or in the island or in Paris or whatever, right? But we know it wasn't going to be at his club. Okay, Trump was asked by a reporter this year whether Giuffre was one of the employees Epstein had poached. He said, I think that was one of the people. Yeah, he stole her, Trump said in July. Maxwell continued to scout for women in the early 2000s, handing out a phone number to young staff. Former employees said she told them to call if they or their friends wanted to make extra money. Dude, isn't that nuts? Dude, that's crazy. Okay? So guys, this is a bombshell. And of course, though, this is why we're having the full-scale Tim Walz Somali daycare sort of thing. All right, because they don't want to talk about this. Because there are many, many more details, okay, that are going to come out about this. Because Trump knew, okay, I don't know if we're ever going to get the smoking gun and see those pictures, those Michael Wolff photos. I know Trump did shit, and I don't know if we'll ever get that. But I do know that there is enough proof that everyone will know Trump knew, okay? Like, if you get the files, okay, there will be absolute, unequivocal proof that Trump knew and was aware and never went to the police, never prevented Epstein from doing it, and in fact, remained good buddies with him despite knowing it. Okay, that proof I know is in there, and that's going to come out, and that's why they're intensifying this shit. Okay, now, guys, I want to take you back to something, okay, because there's a video we did. Hold on, let me take you to a video. All right, if you guys haven't seen the video, I want to take you to a video that we did. Okay, there's a video we did a while ago, okay, a couple weeks ago, where there was a slow news day, okay, and okay, great, Bradshaw, I'll look at that in a minute. Save that link. So there was a slow news day where we went and we looked at a bunch of pictures from the Epstein mansion. Okay, let me find that video. It was this one. Okay, now I want to go into this video for a minute because this video, it's an hour and a half. We go through all these pictures going through Epstein's house. Okay, and now at some point when there's a slow news day, we're going to do other fucking things. But what I want to look at, guys, is I want to look at this area, okay? Because there is a spot here, let me find it, where we get to Epstein's bedroom. Okay, right here. Okay, it is this. I'm going to find what pictures these are. Give me one sec here. All right, 205. Okay, so you ready? So let me take you on a little journey here. Okay, all right. I want to take you on a little journey, and I'm gonna do a more in depth as we go into Epstein's bedroom. But this is related. Somebody said, "What about the videos?" Okay, so let me get into my Epstein files, data set 1 from that original drop. And we're going to go in here and I'm going to fucking open a new window. Okay. I'm going to open a new window here and I'm going to get that all set up. Okay. And we're going to go in here to 205. I'm going to go into like 200 because I want to show you a little detail that got overlooked the first time. Okay. Give me a sec here. I got this huge file, all these files. They did not organize these well. We're going to go in around 200, 201. All right, we're in the Epstein mansion. Okay, 202, 203, 204. Okay, so now what I discovered, guys, in the course of this, in doing research, is we got to this part. And someone said, hey, that blue, right? There's like no blue. This house is all old wood. This house is all like white and old wood and orange and shitty colors. And then we got in here into this. And I remember people, the first thing they said was like, oh, that looks like the temple. Okay. Right? This thing. Okay. That looks like the temple. Oh, the blue. Okay. It's exactly that. Guys, this was Epstein's bedroom suite. The area with the blue, the temple blue, this is Epstein's bedroom suite. But now, guys, this is not the bedroom proper. We're going to look at these pictures, but look at this, guys. You ready? Look at what's up in the corner. Up there, guys. Look at that. Right? It's a camera. It's a room camera in Epstein's bedroom suite. Okay? And this is like the sitting room with the couches. Now, you ready? Let's go in here and look at some of this. Okay? Here's another thing of that room. This is the same room. The camera's up in that corner. Okay? Now we go in and up here. Now, I can't see if there's another camera up in each of these corners, but this is Epstein's bedroom suite. His bedroom is through these doors. The hallway comes into this sitting room. Okay, we go in, right? And again, it's cut off, so we don't know if there's a camera up there, but there's the girl on the fucking couch or whatever. There's the little whatever is information thing. But now we're going into Epstein's bedroom, and look at what we got up there in Epstein's bedroom. We got the camera, okay? Another camera. Isn't that wild? Now, let's see. I don't know. There's not one up there. And it doesn't look like there's one in the other corners, but there was one camera in there, probably wide angle, picking up the whole room. Okay, now, what we're going to do, this is Epstein's bedroom. And again, it's decorated in the blue of the temple. I mean, isn't that weird? Like, there was something about this, guys, that was like really like ritualistic. Okay? So now I'm going to go back and I'm going to dig through some of these other old room photos and shit now that I'm adjusting my schedule, and I'm going to get a little bit, right? Right? I'm going to get a little, what? Oh, you're talking about here? These little things, right? That are not light switches. And yeah, I don't know what those are, right? I would guesstimate that those are like phone plugs or some type of internet plug or what have you, right? Or, you know, maybe that's a camera too pointing at the bed. Like, we don't know, right? Yeah, no, that's definitely not light switches, but that could be like some type of computer cabling or something. Who knows how this house was wired? Or it could be a camera looking at the bed, right? It could be vacuum. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things it could be, right? There's a lot of shit with this house, right? But you know, the fact that all of this shit, guys, is tied in with this blue. You get the blue carpet, and then the blue opens up into the rooms where we now have these cameras. Camera in his bedroom, right? Camera in his sitting room, okay? Which was this one. Oops. Right? Camera in the bedroom. But like, so there are cameras, boss. And now there may very well be, right? This floor looks like the pool where Clinton was. Yeah, well, the pool where Clinton was, though, was at a hotel. Okay, the pool where Clinton was is the Empire Hotel in Brunei. And yeah, it does have that thatch thing, but the Empire Hotel in Brunei, there is a huge suite called the Emperor Suite that has this crazy, like, huge space. And in the Emperor Suite is a private pool, okay? The Bill Clinton pool in this crazy Emperor Suite, this giant suite with the grand piano. There is the private pool, and that's the jacuzzi that Bill Clinton was in. There's like the cabinet and the little dark thing on the pillars and the floor. But yeah, it looks like it, but this is actually a a hotel that exists that is not related to them. It wasn't a private hotel, right? But isn't that crazy though, guys? I mean, that blue, there's something about this blue that was like ritualistic for Jeffrey Epstein. Now, if you look at Epstein, guys, okay, if you look at him and 5 million new ones, dude, is there more? I mean, there's going to be so much, guys, okay? Right? The regulations are very specific. Yeah, but so Eddie, the thing about the regulations and when you're doing new construction, there are very specific regulations. However, like in Epstein's place, it had been a school, it had been a hospital. Like, I don't know, it had been around for 100 years. I don't know what New York is like. There are some grandfathering sort of things. I can't speak for New York, and you can certainly like maybe research that. But I know here in Oregon, we have a lot of old craftsmen's homes. So like when we redid our house, we had to obey all these like modern regulations. But if we had left any of the tube wiring, right? If we had left any of the old tube wiring that like you can break those rules, you can't make new shit, but we could have taken an old receptacle and like upgraded it and stuff. But dude, yeah, New York, I have no idea what's going on with New York because New York is a mess. Okay. And you know what's funny too? Yeah, well, no, this isn't on his private island. Okay, that house is fucking in New York City that we were looking at. Okay, and so no, we haven't seen anything about the temple yet. I don't know what this is, but I do know though that rich guys, there's different rules for wealthy people, and it's kind of funny too. Because, my son moved to New York and he's living in Brooklyn, and Jenny and I talked to him tonight for like an hour. And my son was saying like, he was like, Dad, you don't even understand, right? Because I have not spent a lot of time in New York in over 10 years. And the bulk of my time in New York City was back 20 years ago, like before my son was born. But I've been there a handful of times in the last like 10 years ago, but I haven't been there in like 10 years. But you know what's crazy? Bryce was saying how New York, he's doing okay, but he was like, dude, he's fine. He has had no issues. But what he was saying is he was like, Dad, you don't understand. The Village is like old, rich women. He was like, dude, you go to the Village, like Bob Dylan of old would never live in the Village anymore. He's like, dude, you have no idea. He said the Village where Bob Dylan used to live, where like the music epicenter was, he's like, Dad, it's a bunch of old, rich white women who just look angry. They're like they're walking around like wealthy as shit, and they all look extraordinarily unhappy. And he's like, that is the entire Village. He's like, dude, you have no idea. He said it's like it's not even artsy anymore, right? And so I guess like they're like New York is gentrifying, like rich gentrification, where even the classic old like Lower East Side and shit is being overrun by wealthy fucking white people. And now he said that like it's like northern, like up by Inwood and shit, is like now becoming like the art people. And like the younger artsy people are now up in the 70s, in the 70s on either side, right? That like you find the artsy people in the Upper East Side now on the 70s. Isn't that wild? Like, dude, that's crazy because all of those people were up on the Upper East Side back when I was hanging out in New York. But like now they're taking over the Village, bro. That's fucked up, dude. And yeah, no, a lot of the artsy people are like Williamsburg, Astoria. They've all moved into Williamsburg, Brooklyn, and Astoria and shit. But bro, that's fucked up. Because I wanted to live in the village, man. And now it's going to be like a yuppie outpost, dude. If I ever can afford, man, I'm going to move to the village. I'm going to take that place back, bro. I'm going to go there and I'm going to invade all those unhappy women. I'm going to go make them all happy. Kidding. Dude, I'm going to go be like, yo, what's up? I'm going to go start busking in fucking Greenwich Village. Dude, what the fuck is going on in New York, man? Dude, it's just mummies. Because, like, guys, you don't understand, dude. Like, I'm talking about 𝗙𝗡𝗏𝗏, right? Do you guys know 𝗙𝗡𝗏𝗏? Right? This shit. This is the village that I'm talking about, guys. Right? 𝗙𝗡𝗏𝗏. All right? Bob Dylan played here. This was like the center of the epicenter of Bob Dylan and of New York City and all this shit, right? And you know who owned this? You guys are never gonna, it was called 𝗙𝗡𝗏𝗏. Like, what? Right? No T, right? But this was the epicenter. This was Bob Dylan got an early, like, start here playing music. This was like in the village, epicenter, but you're never gonna guess who fucking owns this shit, boss. Right? You're never going to guess who owns this shit. Dude, David Lee Roth's, I think his uncle from Van Halen, right? David Lee Roth's uncle or whatever, or somebody in David Lee Roth's family owned this. This was like David Lee Roth's lineage, right? Isn't that wild? That like one of David Lee Roth's uncles owned the club that spawned Bob Dylan and all that early New York music. It's wild, dude. There's like so much connection there, right? Dude, and then there was Max's Kansas City, okay, another big club there, which is no longer there, but Max's Kansas City was a nightclub, okay, on Park Avenue, right? Was this one? This is going way back. This is now Andy Warhol. Okay, this is where Andy Warhol and Lou Reed and shit. It was like a club upstairs at Max's. Okay, this was like 60s and 70s. This was, when Stonewall was happening, this was the big spot. Bro, look at this, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like when I look down here, the people out here, look at that shit, bro. Oh my God. Dude, my kid dresses like these guys. Right? But this was the Warhol. You're black and from Queens? Yeah, no. Urban Mask, absolutely. There was a very different, like what color you were or whether you were gay or straight was a huge like difference of what part of the city you were hanging out in. But this was like the white artists and very few, like you had to be like, remember guys, okay, let me just tell you, make no bones about it, okay, because you have Andy Warhol hanging out right at Max's Kansas City, but like this is 𝗙𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏, okay? 𝗙𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏 and all her friends, they were rich as fuck, bro. Like the kids, like Andy Warhol was a poor kid that went to New York City, but he hung out, everybody that hung out at the factory were all rich kids, okay? They were kids from like old money families that were like rebelling and like, fuck you. But they had no jobs. They just had money and could sit around in the factory and hang out, right? He was kind of a grifter. He was a dude who provided a space where all of the wealthiest kids came to hang out to be cool. And he just like created a space for them that was the rebel space. He was a little bit of a grifter, really, because he didn't have any money, but everybody he hung with had money. Right? He was like the fucking the guy who like the party organizer, dude. Pretty crazy, right? But this area, like a lot of my musical icons came from this space, man. You know what I'm saying? Like Max's Kansas City, and then the place that I used to go, right, which is no longer there though, was Florent, right? And those of you who've been to New York, I don't know if you've been there, but it was here. Okay, it's gone now, but this place, right, Florent, it was in the meatpacking district, and it was a 24-hour diner that was like in the cobblestone, like part of the meatpacking district that had, you know, all the waiters were like trans or LGBTQ. It was like the epicenter of like the gay and trans movement in the 80s, and it stayed well into the early 2000s, right? Like the girls that I were friends with in the Village, they introduced me to this place. It was a whole like after club scene kind of deal. That was an epicenter of like the artists and musicians and shit in fucking, right? 69 Arnell restaurant, dude. Florent. It was amazing, bro. I have a lot of stories from this place, but it's not there. It closed, right? And the other place that I guess was kind of artsy was the Jaffa Cafe, right? There's another place that I used to go to in the early 2000s, okay, that I'm not sure, is the Jaffa still open? Is it? Dude, right? This place, right? This place was pretty cool too. That was a fucking hangout spot, right? There were a couple like fucking hangout spots, but I guess a lot of this shit is like disappearing and getting gentrified now, you know? During the early days of hip hop in New York, crossover with the hip people of Greenwich Village. So like, I'm curious, right? Because what I'm curious about was where the clubs were that like, I'm curious about like the 80s to the 2000s, right? You know what I mean? That's what I'm curious about, what sort of like after Max's Kansas City was gone and after Cafe Wah was no longer a thing, what was going on? You still had CBGB's, and CBGB's is over like Lower East Side, sort of the Village. That's where CBGB's is. But like, what was the happening spot? Like the guy who's in here from Brooklyn, right? Where's he at? Or from Queens there. Urban Mask. Dude, where were the spots? You went to the Limelight? That was for teams. That was EDMY. What were the spots in like the early 90s, right? Late 80s, early 90s, like when Seattle was going off and shit. What were the spots then? The Tunnel? Because I don't know much about that. The Tunnel nightclub? 12th Avenue? In Chelsea? From 86 to 2001? All right. Dude, the Tunnel. Crazy. Built in a space that was a railroad freight tunnel. And it closed because of Giuliani closed it. Of course he did, bro. What a fucking douche, boss. Right? Dude. All the rappers there, right? Dude, the fucking, and the Sound Factory. So that was on 532 West 27th Street, and then it moved up to West 46th. Okay. Sound Factory. Interesting. Oh, shit. Let's go. Jimmy's Cafe. Dude, yeah, no, Giuliani, like, guys, Giuliani, like, fucked the city up, bro. I mean, we know he did, okay? And I mean, there's nothing wrong with, like, cleaning the city up or whatever a little bit, making it safe. But I feel like Giuliani was the guy who, like, turned it into where it became just an island for rich people, right? It's like Billionaire Island, okay? You know what I'm saying? They turned it into Billionaire Island. Jimmy's Grand Cafe. Is this like, you know where I used to play, guys? You know where I used to play in New York? I used to play in the Village at a place called Lit Lounge. Okay? In the early 2000s, I played here, boss. Oh shit, dude. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this place, but in 2003, 2004, right? Or no, 2004, 2005, 2006, when I was on tour, I played in the Lit Lounge, okay? And it was right in the Village, and it was like 2 stories. You walk in, and you go in, and it's a bar, okay? It's a total bar like this, a dingy whatever. You go in, there's a bar, it's like darkly lit. It was right out on, like, I don't know what fucking street it was on. It was right on a main street. Let's find out where it was. It was on fucking 2nd Ave or something like that. It was yeah, 93 2nd Ave. So it was like right in the fucking, right in the Village, right there, okay? Right? Right in the center of the East Village, essentially, right? Not too far from where CBGB's was. CBGB's is down the Bowery, but it was right there, okay? The Lit Lounge was right fucking smack in the fucking, right? But, so the thing about the Lit Lounge is there was no smoking anymore in New York, okay? There was no smoking in New York City. But here's where it was magic. You go into the Lit Lounge and it's just this bar, whatever, it's lit all cool. It's like a lounge. They had a basement, guys. Okay. They had a basement and that had couches and the bands played in the basement. Okay. The basement was like subterranean. Let me find a fucking decent picture, okay? In the basement, it was like you were underground. There were no windows, and there were couches down there, and everybody smoked, and the bands played down in the basement. So it was like you didn't even know this basement existed, right? Unless you knew that the basement existed. It was like this fucking underground, like out, like rebel, right? Everybody knew the Lit Lounge existed, but only like certain people who were in the Lit Lounge knew the basement existed. And the basement was like crazy, dude. It was like, I mean, they smoked down there. They fucking did cocaine down there. Occasionally you would see people having sex on the couches down there. It was like a little bit of anything goes, man. It was cool though, dude. It was so cool. It was pretty neat, boss. I mean, there's not a lot of like mainstream clubs that you play where there's like, you know, people fucking fondling each other on couches and shit during your set. But it's not like a private space. I mean, it was, but it was really cool. Dude, it was the best, boss. It was the fucking best, dude. And that shit used to fucking pack up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that shit used to pack out. It would just get fucking packed with people. Like, elbow to fucking elbow, right? Elbow to fucking elbow to, like, where you're like getting the people sweat on you, right? Dude, isn't that wild? Oh shit. You know, but it was like it was a cool crowd, dude. Those were good times, boss. Oh yeah, dude, if there had been a fire, you would have been zonked. But to be honest though, it was all brick down there. That whole basement was brick. So I don't know, right? You know what I mean? There would have not been a fire down there. If there had been a fire above you, maybe you would have been in some type of shit, but it was all brick down there. There was nothing but fucking brick, right? It was cool, dude. It was fucking good shit. Played at the Trunk Space. I did play at the Trunk Space, dude. Phoenix. I mean, I don't know too much about Phoenix, right? You know what I mean? I know that the people at the Trunk Space were really cool, and there was a big sort of indie rock scene that centered mostly around modified arts, but a lot of emo music was super popular in Phoenix. And at Modified, it was when I toured, I opened for a lot of emo bands, or I opened for a lot of like screamo bands and a lot of like, you know, alt, like there was a lot of dyed black hair and facial piercings in the fucking crowds of the people that liked my music. Because my music wasn't emo by definition, but when I was doing the one-man band, it was emotional and it was like heartfelt, but I was a one-man band. So I was always, you know, I was kind of revered by the indie kids because I was like that lone troubadour out there doing shit that like nobody else was doing. This like really loud and raucous and super emotional and poignant one-man indie rock band. And then I used to do this thing where I would perform this one-man set with a computer and a keyboard and guitar that was really loud. And then at the end, I would open up an acoustic guitar case. I would walk off the stage to the far corner of the venue, and I would just go stand in the corner and wait for the crowd to come over there. And then I would play them acoustic songs, like they would form a semicircle around me and I would perform acoustic, like at the opposite end of the venue. And I would normally do a cover by Bright Eyes, this song called Lua, right? I did this crazy cover of Lua by Bright Eyes, and I would like finish my set like right next to them. You know, that was my sort of MO. And so those emo kids really, really fucking like connected with the sort of noisy one-man thing and super heartfelt lyrics. And the fact that I was so accessible, you know what I mean? I was like, I was like all over the place. I played with a lot of different bands from like Victory Records and crazy punk clubs. And I used to play these hardcore clubs, and I'd play house shows and storage units. And like, I got tied pretty heavily into the emo scene. It was really good because none of them drank. Okay. And I was sober, right? Even though I hadn't gone to fucking AA yet. I was sober. And so like being around the emo scene where nobody was drinking was like, I felt way more connected to it, you know? But yeah, no, it was good times. And somebody asked about Covington. I played at a club called Radio Down in Covington. I played that at like pretty much every tour, right? It was this one, right? Radio Down in Covington, and it was all ages, okay? And that ended though in 2005, right? But yeah, Radio Down. It was right across the street from Cincinnati. Like I would play in Cincinnati at the Comet, and then I would play across the river at Radio Down in Covington. This was a really cool club, actually, right? Radio Down was really good. But, dude, all those all-ages clubs fucking disappeared, boss. I honestly, you know, when... I'm telling you right now, like, if I don't think social media is the problem, right? You know what I mean? I think the problem is that like fucking capitalism, okay? Capitalism replaced all ages event venues and all ages like things to do in the real world. Capitalism replaced it with social media. Okay? It's not social media itself is inherently destructive. It's the fact that it became better business to not open a brick and mortar hangout spot for young people to hang out on and to just give them this digital Discord, Facebook, MySpace, whatever. Okay? It was easier to monetize them and way less startup money, and you didn't have to worry about liability. Okay? So they replaced it, and literally everything ended. All ages music venues ended, bowling alleys disappeared, all ages dance clubs went by the wayside. They like pretty soon, and even coffee shops pretty much went away from all ages like music and arts base to coffee shops just being, you know, just being like, you know, like corporate, like yuppie hangouts, man, you know? So that, I don't know. That's my take on it, guys. I feel like those lack of third spaces, you know, because it's cheaper. Okay. You still have all ages shows in Louisville. Good. I mean, there are still some around, but it's just a lot more complicated now. I mean, there are some all ages shows here in Portland, but they're different, right? Because they're all ages shows at like a 21 and over place or whatever, where there's an adult section that's roped off, or they're an all ages show for like a big national band, but there's not a lot of like, you know, an all ages venue that just has touring bands every night or 5 nights a week where kids go and just hang out and shit. And where they have like arcade games and shit. And they had that 20 years ago. Like pretty much every city had one or more all ages event spaces where kids just fucking hung out, man. And you know, a lot of that shit is dried up. Now you like, there's churches. Now they like come with strings, right? Like churches will have music shows, but then the kids are being like proselytized. You know what I'm saying? They're being like indoctrinated and shit. Dude, yeah, capitalism, it's late stage, guys. We're dying. We're dying out, guys. We are. It's a bummer, man. Dude. Oh. But now look at what's going on, guys. Like, look at this shit. You see this shit? With fucking David Sachs? Look at this fucker. This guy, right? He's moving to Texas, right? He's right. Look at that. He's like, California said they're going to do a 5% tax. And so he's like, nope, I'm going to go to the state that has no income tax. Dude, what is his net worth, dude? Look at that, $2 billion, right? And his craft ventures or whatever manages $3 billion in assets, right? But he's going to Texas. Why? No income tax, dude. Isn't that crazy? That the guys with billions, they're like, yeah, we don't want to fund healthcare. We don't want to fund, right? I know he wouldn't miss 5%. He could easily take out a loan to pay that 5%, right? Elon Musk took out $44 billion in loans to buy Twitter, and he's not making a profit on Twitter, okay? But he bought it, and it's useful, and it's helping him earn money in other ways. Dude, they could fucking take out a loan and pay that shit off easily with other shit. Dude, easily, man. Right? How much will the move cost him? I don't know. But you know, the real thing is the move's going to affect his employees, guys. That's the thing. All right, his employees. Either his employees in California, if they don't want to leave, they're all going to lose their job, or they're going to have to move to Texas and relocate, and that's going to cost them money, and then it's going to, right? You know what I'm saying? But I think what he'll probably do is what 𝗙𝗍𝗍 said, is in all likelihood, he'll leave as much of the operation in California as he can, but he'll move as much of the operation to Texas as he can to file taxes there. Okay? They're just going to avoid paying taxes. I mean, guys, they have pretty much like here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing that I think we need to be aware of. And I've said this here too, okay? I was very clear about it. Okay, let me find on my profile, let me find the tweet here. All right, where it's right here. No, that's not it. This one, okay? Because look, guys, okay, listen to me. There's two things we need to pay attention to, okay? Number one is the David Sacks move, all right? These billionaires, we are at war with them, okay? I believe there is a current civil war in addition to the soft civil war of MAGA saying Democrats are demons, whatever. There is a real war where the billionaires are at war with us, actively trying to destroy and erode us, okay? And what do I mean by that? Okay, I mean by California announces a 5% billionaire tax, and all the billionaires are like, we're moving to a state with no income tax, okay? Elon Musk and David Ellison are buying TikTok and Twitter. They're buying social media networks. They're aligning the social media networks with the message of the president, and they're saying Elon's threatening, if you don't do what I want, we're going to primary you guys. They're threatening to oust our fucking leaders. They're moving out of our cities where there's tax money and saying we're going to states where we have no tax. They are putting data centers everywhere and jacking up our utility bills and using up all the water and offloading heat while investing nothing in protection from climate change. Okay? They are replacing us with AI and robots and wanting to bring manufacturing back with robots so there's no fucking jobs for us. And simultaneously, they're jacking up the prices. They have pooled their money together, guys, and have bought 25% of all of the houses in America. Right now, 25%, 1/4 of all the houses in this fucking country have been bought by these motherfucking guys. And they're leaving a bunch of them open in order to elevate the price so you can't buy a house. And in fact, you have to rent from them, and they're jacking up the rents. Okay? And now they want to introduce a 50-year mortgage, so even when you do buy a house, you pay the bank interest your whole goddamn life, and then you die before you own it, so they get to take the house back and collect another 50 years of interest, which is just keeping you as a renter even when you're buying. They are literally rat fucking all of us to death. Okay? These billionaires. And they don't give a shit. Okay? They don't give a shit, bro. How do we effectively fight back? I don't know. I do not have an answer to that, guys, except step one, we got to take the house back. Okay? We do. We have to take the house back. And then step two, we have to get the presidency. And step three, we have to pressure that president and that Congress to go scorched earth. Okay? We have to get the house back. No, Shy, you need to use Twitter. Okay? And let me tell you, I'm going to make a reason why you need to use Twitter, guys. Because if you stop using Twitter, you're not going to bankrupt Elon Musk. He's going to take a loss with Twitter. Twitter's never going to turn a profit. He doesn't care about the profit. But if your mental health depends on it, stop Twitter. But otherwise, if you stop Twitter, it's going to become only a right-wing voice box. And then the only thing being fed to the search engines and the AI is going to be right-wing viewpoints. Like, we need to be combating misinformation on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram, on TikTok. Like, we have to continue putting truth into these algorithms forever, okay? If another billionaire opens a social media network, like something like Truth Social that nobody uses, fuck that. You don't need to be on there. But on a social media network that everybody uses, you gotta be in there using truth. Otherwise, all the search engines will just populate with the right-wing shit. You know what I'm saying? It sucks. You know what I mean? We're kind of like wrapped in. You know what I mean? But I think though, I think what we need to do is we need to demand scorched earth. Like, the next time people are in office, we have to make very clear demands. Like, we have to put scorched earth people into office, and then we have to demand that they go scorched earth. Okay? Like, revenge tour, yes. Like, out for blood. Okay? Which means, like I don't care, right? Like fuck whatever their smear campaign is of Tim Walz. Like, Tim Walz is not coming down, okay? Tim Walz is not coming down. J.B. Pritzker is not coming down. Gavin Newsom is not coming down. Zohran Mamdani is not coming down. And we are going to take the power back, and then we are going to light up a blowtorch, and then we are going to go scorched earth on these people. But I think there's a handful of things that can be done. Get rid of the filibuster, pack the court, fucking tax the churches, okay? You know what I mean? Tax the churches is a big one. Then obviously AI regulation, and we need to do something about the taxes on the upper crust, okay? And obviously long term we need like free education, inroads for paid for education and healthcare. Okay. And then we need, there's a lot. Okay. AOC will not win. I don't think AOC is going to run for president, right? I don't think we're ready for a woman president, but I think she, could be a vice president, or she could be the leader in the Senate. There's a lot of things AOC could do. Right? We just ran 2 women in a row and we lost both times. And I know AOC would be a better woman than them, but AOC is like, she's not running for president in 2028. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, I know, Canal, we do need to reform the campaign funding, but we can't do that until the Supreme Court. Like, the Supreme Court is the number one thing. Okay, the Supreme Court. But okay, let me tell you, what can we do though? You ready? Here's practical things we can do, like in a day-to-day. Okay, you ready? I'm going to tell you. Here's my plan. I'm going to give you a day-to-day, guys. Okay, day-to-day. Number 1, participate in social media. Participate, guys. Okay, what does that mean? Stop doom scrolling. Okay? Do not just get on social media and fucking doom scroll and like, oh my God, the world's ending. Actively fight disinformation. You, everyone in this chat, get on social media, and when you see disinformation, comment under it with the truth. Do it on Facebook, on Twitter, on Blue Sky, on Instagram, on TikTok. Okay? To whatever you can do while maintaining your mental health. If you're trans, or if you're, black or Jewish, you get on Twitter and it feels overwhelming, it's going to break your brain, don't do it then. Don't go there if it's hurting your mental health. Like go to Blue Sky, go to a safe zone. But as much as you can, if you're bulletproof and you can be there, get there and combat the misinformation. Do not let up. Okay? Do not fucking let up. Okay? That's number one. Okay? Number two is the campaign to make AIPAC money bad. Like Gavin Newsom is saying he's going to run for president with no AIPAC money. That's a big deal. Janet Mills, a very centrist, old school liberal fucking candidate, is saying, I'm not taking super PAC money. So we continue to force the narrative. The far lefties continue burning down AIPAC and that money. However, you gotta, the lefties burn down AIPAC, burn down that money. But during the election year, if we have a couple people that are still doing AIPAC and they're winning and we can't oust them, we gotta accept that they're still part of the coalition, and we gotta do it incrementally, okay? But if we get Gavin Newsom to run for president with no AIPAC money, that will bleed down to the rest of the races. So we're going to have to do that. It's a slow fight, but there may still be some Dems that take AIPAC money, and we may not be able to eliminate them all, but we're going to take those big inroads. We have to continue making AIPAC and super PAC money like the devil, and then we will use it where we need to use it when combating the big fish, okay? Okay, because we're going to need it. We're going to need it, you know, some of that super PAC money to not lose the main elections. You know what I'm saying? And do I think the Democrats have it in them? I do. I know they do, guys. I know they do. They're, you know what I'm saying? And the thing about it is and nobody's afraid of money. It's like you have to be very clear on what you're going to offer for the money. It's not about being afraid of money. It's about, like, you know, when you become reliant upon money, you start doing fucking negative shit. Okay? Like, for example, how did Jeffrey Epstein keep abusing those women? He was their money lifeline. Pretty soon he made it so they couldn't survive without his money. And then they were trapped. Okay, so you can become trapped with money. But we have to continue focusing on Congress. Now, another thing is, if you can, run for office. If it's a school board, if it's a local commissioner, if it's a county commissioner, if it's a county water board, anybody, if you can, if you hate both parties and you're a progressive, run for some kind of office, okay, and win. And what Eddie said, talk to people, okay? I know we get online and we shit on MAGA, but when you're in real life, talk to people, okay? Keep taking the message there. You know what I'm saying? Keep taking the message. If people are hardcore MAGA, maybe you fuck them, like, don't fucking hang out with them. But where you can, you got to talk to them. But other actionable things we can do, guys, you ready? The other actionable thing we can do is buy less stuff, okay? Buy less stuff, okay? Buy less. During a Trump administration, and when Democrats are in office, buy more, okay? Start making your purchase, like how you live, based around your political things. When there is a Republican president in office, don't buy shit. Don't buy new clothes. Don't take trips. Don't buy new cars. Starve the economy, okay? Starve the economy. It's like feed a fever, starve a cold. Feed the Democrats, starve the Republicans, economy-wise, okay? You can do that. We like, the thing about this is our individual agency, okay? Is we, okay, you ready? You ready? Yes, use less AI, okay? Don't become reliant on AI. Use less AI, but we do have agency. Okay, and I've said this before. If you look at something like Twitter, okay, Elon Musk controls Twitter, and Elon Musk controls the algorithm. But guys, we are the algorithm. We are the algorithm. We are the algorithm. Okay? We are the algorithm. We are. Okay? We are the algorithm. You know what I'm saying? That means like Elon can make the algorithm favor the right wing, but if enough of us put left wing shit into the algorithm will skew to the left wing. It will skew to the truth eventually. You do have some control over the algorithm because we're the algorithm and we're the economy. Okay. Now, I think with the whole buy less, invest more, I think, I don't know. I don't own stocks because Wall Street was a vestige of slavery. So I have not bought any stock market shit. I do own some crypto, but like my thing is I almost think like you should fucking, I don't know. It would seem to me that you should not prop up the stock market when Trump is president. If anything, you should fucking sell that shit and move that shit along and like try to crash that shit. But it's hard though, because 90% of the stock market is owned by 10% of the people. So I don't think we can actually materially affect the stock market like us little people. I don't think we can do anything about it. I think the wealthy billionaire elites own the stock market, right? Now crypto, I'm a little torn on because I had some crypto. I bought a bunch of crypto and it crashed, and then it went up right after Trump was elected. It went sky high and I didn't sell it, and now it just cut in half, dude. Like my crypto is now worthless again, and now I'm waiting for it to become valuable. And that's really annoying because I remember as soon as the election, a bunch of crypto people came in and were like, oh, crypto, wait till you see how crypto's going to do. But dude, crypto is as bad as it was in fucking 2021 again, dude. They just crashed the shit out of it. They drove it up and then they sold it all off and left us all holding the bag. And that's what they do with every investment, guys, is they will literally drive up the value of shit, and eventually they will sell it and crash the shit, and then they'll buy it cheap again. Okay? They'll drive it up to huge prices and then sell it off to crash it. You know? Dude, yeah. So my thing, the next time my crypto gets in the positive, I think I'm just selling. I think I'm just unloading. I wish I'd unloaded, you know? I wish I'd unloaded it, but I thought it was going to keep going up for like another year or two. I had no idea. That they were going to crash the economy so fast. I'm going to be honest, guys. I did not expect him to trash the economy this fast. I thought he was going to jack it up for like 2 years and trying to win the House. And then I thought he was going to lame duck it and crash it in the fucking second half. But like, dude, they decimated shit already, bro. Like they already like are fucking paying, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, but yeah, dude, but they are though, there is something coming, which is that government buy. Okay. So Trump did announce the government buy of crypto. And so they are going to do a government buy at some point, guys. You know what I mean? Where they're going to buy a bunch of Bitcoin and ETH and whatever, the three cryptos. I think XRP was the other one. So there is going to be a big government purchase that is going to create a temporary bubble. But then it's probably going to just fucking crash again. I mean, dude, they're, you know, but I am, you know, I think one of the number one things you can do though is don't participate in the Republican economy, you know, any more than you have to. Okay? Any more than you have to. Right? You're a shopaholic. I know it's hard. It's hard. Right? But dude, that's my advice. Yeah, I mean, we know, dude. We know that Trump is, like, if you see what Trump is doing, he is building up all of his investments. Like, guys, Trump has no investments in the United States. I mean, have you noticed this, guys? Have you noticed that Donald fucking Trump has no investments in the United States? His investments are in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Russia, Dubai, fucking, you know, all in the Middle East and Russia. Nothing in the fucking United States. China, okay? I mean, he's fucking, I think he's investing in all of the places that are going to soar as soon as the United States crashes, right? And then when the United States crashes, all those soaring economies are going to come here and buy the United States. Pennies on the dollar. Like, let me just tell you right now, guys, I'm going to make a call and let's see if I'm right or wrong. But what's going to happen is the next time there is a U.S. crash, we are going to watch a huge land ownership shift of the U.S. that is going to go to Saudi Arabia, fucking UAE, Qatar. Those Arab countries are going to buy vast amounts of land in America, or they're going to loan the money to the American people who buy that land. So then they're the ones profiting off the purchase. Maybe the Americans own the land, but the Saudi Arabian and Russian money is going to be the ones funding it. Okay? That is the Middle Eastern. And it's weird because they're selling it as like, oh my God, like, ooh, Islam, we got to get Islam out of America. But like, then they're like, Saudi Arabia is buying up all the video game companies and the golf tournaments. Dude, Saudi Arabia, dude, Jenny's uncle is the editor of Ring Magazine. Boxing, UFC, Dana White. You know who owns Ring Magazine? Saudi Arabia does. Okay? Saudi Arabia bought Ring Magazine. They're buying up boxing in America. They're like, right? They're like becoming major partners with Dana White and the UFC and shit and boxing, golf, fucking like now sporting event, comedy, right? Gaming. They're buying it up. Okay? It's factual, right? And Trump and Dana White and all those guys are just partnering with them because they're getting richer beyond measure. Okay? Saudis, yes, they helped buy Twitter. They absolutely did. Right? They're all peasants, comparatively speaking. Yeah. Well, you know what's funny though, Shy, is you're not wrong because Russia has no GDP, but like all of Russia's money right now is in crypto and shit. Like, guys, crypto, I mean, I think we should nix crypto, guys. I really do. I feel like we should all get out of crypto and crash that shit because all crypto is, guys, if you are buying crypto, you are basically laundering Russian money. That's what you are doing. You are laundering drug cartel and Russian oligarch money, okay? That's what you are. That's what crypto is. Crypto is now money laundering for fucking oligarchs and people that can't use regular banks. Okay? They created crypto in order so the people that got excommunicated from banks, all the fraud motherfuckers, are now money laundering. That's all it is. It is a money laundering fucking system that allows them to fucking, right? And then they can crash it and they can, right? They can literally buy a whole bunch and literally offshore markets buy a whole bunch and shit and then just completely fucking sell it off. Like, you know, I mean, I know that they want to replace, they want to have digital currency and all that shit. But like, dude, I don't know, dude. There's a lot of money laundering going on with that shit. You know? Right? And you know, most people, again, even with crypto, okay, even with crypto, even if you're good with crypto, the guys that are really making bank on crypto are the guys that are creating the coins, that are running the networks, that are mining the shit, okay? The real people that are making money off crypto are the tech people that are creating the crypto. Okay, even with the coins, dude, every shit coin that blows up and creates new billionaires, that happened because of the people that created it. The people who created it are doing it, you know? Right? And how does people like Epstein wire transfer hundreds of millions? Yeah, well, that was through things like Deutsche Bank and offshore banking. I mean, dude, crypto's not the only problem. But like, guys, what I'm talking about, tourmalines, is I'm not blaming everything on crypto, because there's dirty money that goes through crypto or through regular banks too. But what I'm saying, okay, what I'm saying is that there are people that can't even use the offshore banking shit that Epstein was using. Okay, there's Epstein and American crooks going to the Virgin Islands and going to the Cayman Islands, and there's a shell company of a shell company of a shell company of a shell company that are hiding money. But then there are people that can't even use that system that are now able to make money doing crypto. Okay, like the Russian oligarchs that can't use any banking system anywhere. They can now put money into crypto, and they can double and triple and quadruple their fucking income by like investing huge amounts of money into obscure cryptos until they 50 times their wealth. And then the American crypto bros come in, oh, I'm going to double my money. And while you're doubling your money, they have 50x'd their money. You know what I'm saying? And like, you know what I'm saying? Right? Right? Even somebody like you knows better not to touch. Well, that's good. But like, if we support the crypto system, we're supporting the system that they like dump to retail. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. See, here's what's hard though. You ready, guys? And let me just tell you, and this is hard, and you may not want to hear this. Okay, but this is true, and I have to contend with, all of us have to contend with. But this is why I don't buy the stock market, okay? And because of the vestige, and I bought crypto, and I'm going to wait until my shit is profitable, and I'm selling it out, but I'm not buying any more crypto. I have not bought any new crypto except a little bit of Doge, right? But that I bought like, because once Elon was like, you know, they were going to win the presidency or whatever, right? But like, I stopped buying crypto in 2021. And the reason being is this, guys, and I'm not going to judge you, okay? I'm not going to judge you guys what you do, because I don't care what you do. You're allowed to make your own choices. But I do want to tell you something about late stage capitalism is like, we're all going to prop up some part of late stage capitalism, right? I use social media, so I am propping up the social media ecosphere, okay? If you're going to use crypto, you're propping up the crypto ecosphere, okay? Now, you late stage capitalism is going to encourage us to go into crypto and make a little bit of money, buy gold. Now it's gold and silver. Go in and buy gold and make money, but that's going to crash eventually too. All of this shit will eventually crash, and people are going to be holding the bag. Okay? Now, what's hard is this. Here's what's hard. Okay? What's hard is this, guys, is fucking, if you buy in, okay, in the late stage shit, you're going to buy in and you're going to make 2x, 4x, 5x your money. But the people that are looting it are going to make 100x the money. You know what I'm saying? And so that's the thing that's really complicated is, you know, if we buy completely into their AI crypto system, we are going to get left holding the bag. And I know that some of you are smarter than the retail people, and you're going to make a little bit of money, but you're also going to help the looters loot all the retail people. And I don't know that you're going to get as rich as the looters are. But like, guys, when we look at these numbers, okay? When we look at these numbers, let me just show you like this vast wealth, okay? This. I'll find the tweet. Hold on. Is this, okay? Look at that wealth, okay? You see that jump? 2 billion to 737. You see that 18 billion to 255. See that 18 billion to 234. Crypto has a lot to do with those number jumps, guys. Okay? That's the one thing, you know what I mean? I mean, we've definitely centralized around the social media. So the social media networks, online shopping are driving this. But crypto is a big part of this thing because it is that virtual value, okay? You know what I mean? And right? And so like we're exploding their wealth. And like what's more though, guys, you ready for this? Say you make 5 million in crypto and you're thinking like, man, I have so much money. Okay? And you're right. False promises, shit that doesn't come through, government contracts. You know what I'm saying? Dude, you know what I mean? And so the thing about this though, guys, is when this number gets high enough, your $5 million is going to be like zero. Okay? If you make 10 million in crypto and Elon becomes worth 3 trillion, all of a sudden your 10 million is like, you know, $50,000. Like you know what I mean? Like the bigger these guys' numbers get, the more all of our shit has no fucking value. You know what I mean? That's what's sort of crazy about this. Like if you want to one-time it and like buy when it's down and double up and get out, but like I'm worried about what, like, because the reason about this, guys, is the reason why they want us all going to crypto is if we all go to crypto, eventually this number for them becomes like infinite. You know what I mean? And yeah, man, dude, social media is like a part of it, but we're locked in. And so it's hard though. But for me though, man, I don't know, dude. I know crypto is a way to like get rich, but I guess I'm just not going to be that rich. I'm being very wary of it because I don't really want to, you know, I don't really want to have, you know, it has no real world value. Yeah, but like neither do the stock markets, guys. All of this capitalist shit is like has no real world value. Okay, the stock market is not real world value. I mean, case in point was Trump Media went public and generated like all of this fucking value by going and IPOing, but like his company was worthless. It lost hundreds of millions of dollars. It was an absolutely worthless company. It has zero fucking value. Everything in capitalism, nothing has real value. All of the value in capitalism is created by the wealthy people, okay? Capitalism is literally a system where the people with the most resources get to assign what resources are valuable or not valuable, and then you fucking like consume them and create value for them. And then when they decide it's no longer valuable, they just move to a different resource. Okay, they literally, like gold was this huge thing, and then they bottomed gold out, and gold was valueless for the longest time. Then they went into the stock market, and now NVIDIA is tied into AI, which is tied into crypto. So now everything is tied into those, like NVIDIA. Like right now, NVIDIA is the entire, I feel like the entire global market right now is NVIDIA. Right? It literally is. Don't you think that like if we could find a way to crash NVIDIA, we would bring down the whole goddamn world? You know, because even Palantir's network is using NVIDIA. Like, dude, if we could crash NVIDIA, the whole world would fucking blow up, dude. Right? NVIDIA can't do shit without silver. Is that why the precious metals are now becoming valuable? Because they're fucking, right? They're becoming valuable because they make the chips. You know, I don't know. Pretty soon though, guys, it's gonna be water. Okay, like it's gonna be water soon, and then people are gonna be dying. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be water, and then entire poor communities, like you know that poverty that you see in like India and Pakistan and some of the parts of like Africa, like that poverty where like they don't even have enough water to survive. That is coming to America, guys. Okay? It is coming to America. Like, make no mistake about it. Data centers are going to bring that style of poverty here. It's coming. You know? I mean, it's coming, guys. I mean, it's not a great outlook, but like I think not participating in those markets is you know what I mean? Because the thing about this, guys, you ready? So here's the thing to remember, okay? Here's the thing to remember, guys, because the way all of these markets work is like this, is when you look at it, guys, if you look at the stock market, 93% of the stock market is owned by 10% of the people. But the thing is the other 90% of the people that own stocks, they all purchase those stocks at near its highest like price. That's the kicker, okay? Is the wealthiest people that own 93% of the market are the ones who sell it off and increase their wealth and reduce the price, and then they fucking like buy it with other shit when the price goes back down to zero. And so the 10% are the ones that are always controlling, they're the ones making the real money. But like, if the millions of people didn't buy in, okay, if the millions of the people didn't buy in, then we would take some of that power back, right? So, you know, like if all of us quit using all social media en masse, if billions of people quit using social media en masse, we would sink the social media companies. But we would all have to quit, and we would have to quit all of them, right? If millions of us just stop paying our credit cards, those companies that owned credit card debt would all fall. But they would threaten us and cajole us and all that. But we could simply just stop paying credit cards, all of us, like tens of millions of people. You know what I mean? I mean, because we are the market, but we do need to cease participation. See, the thing that's hard about this is that like it's so out of control now, guys, that like I don't think we're gonna get there softly. You know, I'm afraid we won't get there softly. You know, that's kind of the thing. You know what I'm saying? That I don't think we're gonna get there softly. I don't know. We'll see. You know what I mean? It's hard though, but this explosion is AI, right? AI, crypto, AI, social media, advertising, right? The absolute explosion. You know what I mean? Dude, people are throwing, Russia is like civil war. Dude, Russia is cooked, bro. Like, for the life of me, guys, you know what I mean? For the life of me, I mean, you want to hear something? Here's what I don't understand, okay? If we're going to go to war, guys, right? If war has to exist, like nobody wants to go to war, but if war has to exist, like now would be the time for the United States and NATO to just take Russia, right? And liberate the entire fucking country of Russia and take all of those oligarchs and Putin and everybody and all their fucking vast income holdings and just redistribute it everywhere. I mean, right? If you need it, now's the time, man. Instead of like selling out Ukraine, we should be fucking like carving Russia up, dude. Right? Seriously. Why wouldn't we? You know, we should literally, Europe and America just fucking boom, Russia's ours. You're going to do something about it? Try us. And liberate those people. Don't tell me that the people in Russia like are having good lives, guys. I don't believe it. Okay? I do not believe that most of the people in Russia, I think a lot of them are living in poverty. They're living in strife. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think liberating them and bringing an actual democracy and real freedom and fucking, like some economic stability and satisfaction would be fucking good for them. Right? Dude, like Putin, why is Putin not, why is he even still running his mouth, dude? There's no reason that guy should be doing anything. Nukes, I don't think we should be afraid of nukes. I don't think he's going to launch nukes. Why would he launch nukes? Like the thing about nukes, guys, is like, I don't believe in the nuke fear, okay? Because the thing about nukes that you don't understand is if somebody nukes somebody, there is no global economy left, okay? If you nuke anybody, okay, if you nuke a country, that shit is going to spread in the jet stream like the nukes we have now. And if you nuke a country in a large scale way now, it's not like fucking Fat Man and Little Boy from fucking Hiroshima and Nagasaki. If we nuke shit now, the fallout for that would disrupt the entire global economy. Like wealthy empires would fall. Like, you know what I'm saying? So like, if you're going to destroy all of it, then fuck it. Like play the card. You know, I think he does care. He would have nothing left. What would he have? He wouldn't be able to play any of his power games. You know, I think like at some point you gotta like take your chances on that. He hasn't launched nukes now, right? Like, fuck that, dude. I think they know where his nukes are, right? Like, come on, man. Dude, I don't think people want a world war. And I say we should risk it. I'd say we should risk it, dude. Dude, I say we should risk it. Fuck Vladimir Putin. I think the danger, guys, is when you've let look at already. Okay, you let Vladimir Putin do that shit in Ukraine, and now he owns Trump, and now he owns a bunch of the American legislators, and now America is doing Vladimir Putin's fucking foreign policy. Should have never happened, bro. He should have gotten his ass kicked 10 fucking years ago before his Trump stooge was able to become president. This is some bullshit. All right? Yeah. Right? Dude, let's go. I am not afraid of mutually assured destruction. I mean, guys, like, what do we have to lose, man? What do we have to lose? You think, like, if you end up in a work camp drinking water out of a river, right, with no money, while Donald Trump's family owns the fucking work camp that you're slaving in, you think you'd rather have that than taking your chance on fucking up Putin before he launches some nukes, right? Like, come on, man. I'd rather like fucking dispose of these motherfuckers right now and say, like, fuck that. I'm not going to let you scare me. Fire your nukes. Go ahead, destroy the whole goddamn thing. right? Or like, but we're getting rid of you one way or the other. So yeah, you can bring it all down if you want, but like, you gotta go, okay? You gotta fucking go. Dude, I don't care. You can't let sociopaths rule you. At some point, you have to put a boot in their ass, right? You do. At some point, you have to risk it, guys, you know? And Putin is just like way, like Trump's about to give him Europe. And dude, if Putin takes Europe, guys, like you know, like, come on, man. If they start chewing up European countries, like, come on, boss. You're gonna end up in a tent, you know? Like, dude, I'd rather go out in a bang than end up in a fucking tent, boss. You know, that's just me, right? Would I rather end up in a tent? Would I rather end up in a tent with Elon Musk, like rubbing a Bible in my face and fucking screaming the N-word at me? Or would I rather like fucking take a chance and get rid of some of these guys? Dude, I say you take the chance, dude. Dude, I think like something has to be done about Vladimir Putin. You know, he does, right? He does, right? Because guys, they pulled this whole nuclear warfare when I was younger too, man. They've been, ever since they've had nukes, they've been pulling that fucking fear, boss, right? You know what I'm saying? And yeah, dude, I mean, it's good to let it play out. But like, Trump is trying to fuck that shit up, dude. He's trying to like favor Russia, right? He's trying to save Russia. But dude, when I was a young person, that was their whole fear. Was like, you got to do this or they're going to nuke us. We got to do this or they're going to send nukes. Well, like, dude, man, you know what I'm saying? I just don't think they're going to do it. There's no incentive to send a nuke, guys, because it would ruin. If you send nukes, you don't have anything afterwards. And so, like, every wealthy person is going to be permanently poor. All industry is going to become no industry. Like, and the thing about this is you say, oh, the rich people aren't going to leave their New York penthouses. The rich people aren't going to start firing missiles that make it so there's no fucking riches anymore. And their life is just over. They're not going to do it. It's all a bullshit shell game, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, at some point, you have to realize that they're lying to you and they're threatening you with their bigger secret weapons and, oh, this, that. You got to stay in line. You can't tax the billionaires. You can't, like, fucking challenge Putin, right? Remember you're a goner any minute, day. Why are you a goner? Let's go, proud liberal. We love you. Why are you a goner? I just think at some point we got to stop doing the fear thing, guys. And even if it doesn't come down to fucking Putin, we got to stop doing the fear thing here, guys. You know what I'm saying? We've got to stop living in fear, you know, right? Dude, yeah. I mean, I just don't think they even have a lot of fucking shit left. I don't think their nukes are any good, guys. I don't think they have a nuclear arsenal that is worth a fucking damn, boss. I think everything in Russia is like a fucking rusty tin can. You know? Dude, let's go. That's my thought. But anyway, I got to go make some videos. I can't talk forever. I got to make some new videos tomorrow. New time slot, guys. Okay, this is our last late night for a little bit. Tomorrow, 8 p.m. Okay, before we go, I want to watch one video, though, that I might need for a video, which is, we got to watch this fucking video right here, right? That CBS, again, debunked this Nick Shirley guy. Okay, we got to look at this, okay, because Nick, you ready? Let's watch this, 2 minutes. Dude, yeah, fuck Putin, bro. He needs a boot in his ass. We need to bring Putin down, dude. Dude, Elon Musk and Donald Trump, they're just empowering this guy. They're going to bring him back to life. We need to put that guy fucking gut kick.
This is ABC Learning Center in Minneapolis.
They have to learn ABC and numbers
Director Ahmed Hassan gave 𝗙CCO a tour after finding his daycare in the national spotlight.
All right, we've arrived to ABC Learning Center.
In a now viral video, right-wing YouTuber 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗍 claims nearly a dozen daycare centers in Minnesota are taking public funds but not providing a service. He says ABC Learning Center is one of them, knocking on the door in mid-December.
I would like to check a child in the daycare.
Hassan says his employee didn't respond because 𝗙cie was in a group of about 8 people, and his staff were concerned about recent ICE activity.
Is this daycare committing fraud?
No, we're not committing fraud.
Hassan showed us security footage from the same day 𝗙cie was here. According to the timestamps in the videos, this woman takes a young child into the center at around 9 a.m. that day, about 3 hours before 𝗙cie arrives at the door closer to the street. Within the hour after 𝗙cie leaves, a woman arrives at the other door with a stroller. A larger family heads inside a few hours later. Tuesday afternoon, 𝗙CCO found at least a dozen children at ABC Learning Center, which is licensed with the state. Records show Minnesota officials last visited the daycare in November, noting some corrected and ongoing violations related to day-to-day operations, but no record of fraud.
What did I do? I'm just a typical human being who wants to live and do the right thing. I have kids to feed.
Hassan, the daycare's current owner, believes these latest fraud accusations are political. Both she and Hassan are Somali Americans.
We pay our taxes. We do whatever we can to be a law-abiding citizen. At the same time, when one Somali does something wrong, we all get collective punishment.
With 𝗙cie's video now approaching 2.3 million...
Dude, that's really important there. Did you see what she said? She said when one Somali person does something wrong, we all take collective punishment. And like, that's the ism, guys. That's how you know what racism is when one of you fuck up and you all get punished, all of you, right? It's racism. And that's why they try to say, oh, anti-white racism. But no, dude, Rick Scott commits fraud, $1.7 billion. He's a senator. He became a governor. Donald Trump became president. White people didn't all lose their jobs. White people aren't losing all their fucking, their property and shit. Okay, white people have not been collectively punished. Just because you don't get every job doesn't mean you're being collectively punished. The white people are like, oh, we don't have enough TV writing jobs, so now we're going to dismantle all the DEI and affirmative action, and we're going to gut colleges, withhold federal money because white people don't have enough TV jobs. That's what the white people do. They haven't lost any power. They're bullying everybody to say, like, we're going to take more. How dare you let 20% of the TV jobs go to women? We need more white men having those jobs. So there's no racism against the white people. Okay, the white people are like, if I don't get the top job, you're oppressing me, right? Like, what the fuck, bro? You know what I mean? But with the Somalis, Somalis committed fraud. A couple of them, the ringleader was a white woman of that feeding our future. Okay, that fraud, a white woman was in charge of that. And there were some Somalis, but now the Somali people are the ones that are all, the president is saying how terrible they are. We should deport them all. We should denaturalize them all, right? Because of a couple Somali criminals. But like, dude, that's bullshit.
Approaching 2.3 million views on YouTube alone, they say they are getting nonstop phone calls harassing them.
I was looking for a place for my granddaughter.
With many of those calls attached to out-of-state phone numbers.
They normally say, knock, knock, we're gonna come. You're gonna arrest, something like that.
Hassan says they turned over attendance records to comply with the Department of Homeland Security request. They're now waiting to hear back. CBS News is reviewing records related to the same daycares. All but 2 have active licenses. And Aaron, while the active places have violations related to safety or staff training, there's no recorded evidence.
There's no recorded evidence of fraud, is what he's about to say. Last late night. No, fuck time zones for Britain. Let's go, Matt and Cat. Good to see you, brother. Let's go. Dude. Man, dude. I mean, it's pretty wild, boss. Isn't that crazy? Now, guys, this is coming from CBS. Okay? This is Larry Ellison's network. This is not CNN. This is not fucking, right? This is not Media Matters. doing this reporting. This is fucking local CBS in Minnesota that is there going out to these things and fucking, right? This is not Barry Weiss's fucking 60-minute crew. These are local people that have been covering this shit for years, guys. That's the thing that's so bothersome about this is you see all these right-wingers are saying, oh, none of the mainstream media is covering this. Nobody's covering it. They're all hiding it, blah, blah, blah. But dude, the local news stations in Minnesota have covered the fraud and these investigations for 10 years. The New York Times did an article about this 2 weeks ago. Okay? You know what I mean? So like they have been covering this. This has not been secret. Now it is heavy duty being weaponized because Trump is trying to get Mike Lindell as the governor of Minnesota because he wants to wreck Minnesota because Tim Walz called him weird, okay? And did a great job of shitting on Trump. So Donald Trump wants to punish Tim Walz. They want to destroy his career. They want to put somebody red in charge of Minnesota, and they want to gut the fucking state because of Black Lives Matter movement, because of George Floyd, because of fucking, right? That's what they want to do, man. That's what they want to do. Yeah, no, I've seen some of the Mercado stuff. The Mercado stuff is definitely good. Dude, hey, Beard, let's go. Happy New Year. I'm the best. Keep it up. All right. I'm going to do my best. But yeah, no, I've seen the Mercado reporting. Who is it? It's this guy, Andrew Mercado. Yeah, no, this guy has definitely been doing some good shit, right? There's a lot of people that have been doing good shit, okay? You know what I mean? They're like Mercado's been doing good. Midas Touch has been covering this good. There are a lot of people, guys. There are a lot of people that are specializing about this. But again, all of these people, right? Like this woman right here, like this is the woman. They are Tim Walz's opponents. But here's the deal. You ready? So I gotta go make videos, but I'm gonna tell you the difference right now. Okay? And Maga, I know you're probably not listening, but Maga, the thing about this is if any of you are listening or if somebody clips this and takes this to Maga, I have a message for Maga, okay? 12 years ago, when we were the party of like tolerance and taking the high road, if you started a smear campaign against Tim Walz or Al Franken or whomever, we would boot them, okay? We would boot them, we would kick them, even the mere suggestion of impropriety. If they couldn't absolutely prove it was wrong or not wrong, we used to allow you to do these canceling and run our people out, okay? And now I can say to MAGA, no more. From this point on, no more. You will run 0 Democrats out of power. Tim Walz is not going to back down. He's not going to resign. You're not going to be able to charge him with fake shit. So fuck you, like James Comey and Tish James. Go ahead. Charge him, you dumb fuckers. We know you don't have the evidence. And we are not, under any circumstances, we're going to J. Jones your ass. Okay? We're going to J. Jones your asses. Fuck you. Okay? Right? We don't care. Okay? You can say we're violent. You can say we're committing fraud. We know it's not true. We know the violence comes from you. We know you guys are fake shit. We know you guys are criminals. Okay? So fuck you. We're not backing down. Nobody's backing down. Nobody's resigning. And we don't care. Okay? We don't care if you fucking smear. We know you're full of shit. All right? So fuck off directly. Okay? Right? Dude. You know what I'm saying? Dude, fuck them, bro. No more of this. I keep seeing people say, oh, the tolerant left. I ain't tolerant. Okay? I am tolerant of other leftists. Sure. I am tolerant of this, different races and religions and creeds, but I am not tolerant of a MAGA motherfucker. No, I am booting the ass of a MAGA motherfucker Because this woman is the guy helping 𝗙𝗙𝗎𝗓. This woman is the guy setting up the Somalian people. She's running for governor. She's trying to shift the power. Dude, Mike Lindell, Trumpy's guy, is running for governor. These guys are just trying to get a Republican in there so they can gerrymander the shit out of Minnesota and turn it into Wisconsin 2012 or Kentucky 2012, right? These states, or Mississippi, right? Mississippi is 40% black people, and they have like 5% of the representation. The entire Mississippi legislature is like 3/4 white fucking Republicans, even though Mississippi is 40% black people. Okay? There, it is bullshit. It is fake shit, boss. All right? Fuck these guys. Dude, we ain't backing down, bro. We ain't backing down. And now Trump is trying to use this shit. Okay? Trump is trying to use this shit fucking to cancel all federal funds. Oh, there's daycare fraud. I'm going to withhold federal funds from where? Guess what? He's going to withhold it from all blue states. Okay? He's trying to withhold money from blue states. But, dude, we have to fuck them up this election, all right? All right. Hold the line, yes. As Nancy Mace would say, hold the line, not the genitalia, right? You know what I'm saying? Dude, that me in this chat, dude, Zach Morris, I don't know what your deal is, boss, but like you've had a lot of questionable shit. I don't need to see your shit anymore, Zach. You're welcome to watch, but I don't need to see you crying about my chat and fucking saying nasty shit to everybody in my chat. Like, you know what I'm saying? Or fucking telling people to fuck off. Like, dude, you're done, bro. I'm sorry. I don't like the name Zach. Bye-bye. Dude, Morris the fucking cat. Yeah, dude, what the fuck? Dude, that guy, oh, mutual destruction. Oh, yeah, mutual destruction, my nuts, boss. Get the fuck out of here, bro. All right, let's go. Bye-bye. Dude, I'm tired. If you're going to be whiny against everybody, dude, we have a community here. We have a community of people that fucking like each other here. You know what I'm saying? Dude, people are saying he was there to glare. Dude, 𝗙𝗙𝗓𝗓, dude, oh shit, he must have blocked me. You don't see him? Yeah, he probably did. Dude, that's all right. I blocked him. Now he's gone, dude. I'm just tired of hearing crybabies, bro. Dude, seriously, right? You blocked him an hour ago? Good. Dude, he was towing the line, bro. Like, there were so many times where he was like sort of back and forth with that shit, right? Where, you know, I mean, I give people a lot of leeway, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to just like, you know what I'm saying? Like obviously if somebody's MAGA, I usually give them the boot. But like for me, if they're not like straight up MAGA, I'm not trying to, you know, just ban everybody who's a dissenter. Because there are some people that like we have crazy arguments. You know what I mean? Like Matt comes to mind. Me and Matt will go at it, right? There are other people in here, some of the more progressive voices. Me and Natalie will sometimes get into it, right? Because I know I'm a little bit more like I tolerate the centrists, unlike some of the more leftist followers in this chat. So we are going to have spirited fucking, you know, discussions. And so I will let people I will give people a lot of room to like not, you know, but then there are some people that just feel like they're right-wing coded every single time, you know? Yeah, guys, again, there was no corruption on Biden. And again, guys, let me just boil this down, okay? Just so we know what is up with Tim Walz, okay? When Rick Scott committed that fraud, here's the way the Republicans do. They're like, oh, Rick Scott didn't commit the fraud. It was the employees of his company. And some of them were convicted. And Rick Scott resigned from the company. But like, dude, Rick Scott became governor of Florida, bro. He didn't resign from his company. He got a promotion and became governor. And then he became a senator. And he's still a senator. So Rick Scott committed welfare fraud, Medicare fraud, and he got a promotion, okay? And now what's happening is there's been fraud that's been investigated in Minnesota for a while. There may very well be more fraud, not just Somali people, of every stripe. I'm sure there's fraud everywhere. I'm sure if you went to some of the really posh Beverly Hills type fucking clinics or whatever, they're billing Medicare for shit and fudging numbers to take government money. There are state governments that are taking federal money and they're putting it into the wrong things. There's fraud going on in the Pentagon. Donald Trump and his fucking cronies are all committing fraud. So yeah, you want to root out fraud everywhere? Let's do it. But just because there's some fraud going on in Minnesota does not mean Tim Walz is directing this. The main feeding our futures, that shit started in 2018. Tim Walz didn't even take office until 2019. Okay? So they're just trying to use something going on in his state to take the state away from him. The same way that they've been trying to do to Gavin Newsom. The same that they try to do to every blue state. But look at Tate Reeves, the actual fucking governor, like committed fraud with federal fraud with Brett Favre, and Tate Reeves didn't step down. He didn't even get investigated. He fucking was able to brush it off. Brett Favre paid $1 million and poof, that shit is gone. Okay, they found someone down the pipe to give the charges to. But like, fuck you, MAGA. We're not doing that shit. Tim Walz is going nowhere. Fuck you. Build a case, all right? Or eat a dick, all right? That's it. You know what I'm saying? Fucking fuck you. We're not doing it. Tim Walz is now Tate Reeves, motherfuckers. Okay? Either if Tate Reeves and Rick Scott don't go, Tim Walz and Gavin Newsom don't go. All right? You want a war? Fine. We'll war. I ain't afraid of war. All right? Let's go. Let's go, baby. All right? So guys, here's when I start, all right? Tomorrow, I'm starting at 8 p.m. PST, okay? Tomorrow. That is in 12, all right? That is in 12, essentially 16 hours from now, all right? 16 hours and 15 minutes from now, okay? Okay, there you go. 8 p.m. PST, new start time. I know today. I say tomorrow because I don't consider the next day until I sleep. I mark my days differently. I know that is confusing, but for me, it is today until I go to bed. And then when I wake up, and so you're going to have to figure out the East Coast time, boss. I'm going to let you do the math on that. It is 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Okay, you take that and you put it into Google and it will tell you what time in your local time is. Right? I'm going to let you do the math. I'm not announcing them all. I'll do it once. 8 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Mountain, 10 p.m. Central, 11 p.m. Pacific Eastern. Right? So I will be starting when I will be finishing when I would normally be starting, okay? Like my normal start time is going to be my stream end time now, okay? I normally have been starting at 11 p.m. Pacific, and that's going to be my out time, although I will go over sometimes, I'm sure, because I do. But so now my start time is going to be when I'm finishing, and I will be starting 3 hours earlier than my previous start time. Okay? All right, you sent me a message. All right, let's go. All right, thank you, Proud Liberal. Let's go. But now, I gotta go. I like the next couple of days, the YouTube videos may be like sparse. I don't know if I'm gonna make 3 or what, because I'm getting on a new sleep schedule. I slept until 10 p.m. I'm all fucked up, right? And like, oh, my son sent me a video. I'm going to go check it out. All right, you ready? Let's go. Dude, Brett Favre is fucking dirty, bro. That guy's a punk, boss. Oh. Oh, stretch, baby. Stretch it up. All right, let's go. Dude, you guys ready? Dude, isn't it crazy? Dude, happy 2026, guys. Okay? Happy 2026. So I do want to say this, guys. I know this year has been crazy, but guys, one down. Okay? One down. 3 to go. Like, we can do this. We have one more to go, and we get to take the power back. Okay? Dude, thanks for awesome live streams, life. I've been sick since last Friday, and this has been the highlight of my vacation days. Let's go, dude. Thank you, Lightfire. Let's go, baby. Dude, we already did one. One is in the tank, man. We got one Trumpy that we fucking survived, okay? And now we do one more, right? And stay positive. One more. We work hard. We take the power back. We then have the investigative body, and his legislation dies. If we can take the Senate back too, we can really, he becomes a lame duck and we own his ass. Okay, so this year's pivotal. Then we just have to survive 2 years of him being a thrashing lame duck while we Epstein the shit out of him. And then we put somebody ruthless in office and we fucking take a hammer to everything. Everything his name is on, we fucking take that shit off. We start putting dumpsters on street corners where everything with the word Trump on it just goes into a giant bonfire, boss. Right? And we fucking sledgehammer. Okay? Sledgehammer. Let's fucking go. So I think we're doing good. Okay? A lot of people thought we weren't going to make it through that 1 year. And we came out like, I don't know about you guys. Okay? I'm a lot more positive and feel a lot more empowered now than I did last December. Okay? Last December, I was nervous and worried and stressed out. And now I feel like I'm in the 3rd round of a boxing match and I'm warmed up. I'm fucking body blow. I am like firing on full fucking tilt on Twitter and fucking sassy and telling people to fuck off. And we're racking up election wins and we're fucking networking and we're getting the word out there. We're spreading like the hope and faith and like, let's fight and let's not get down and fucking start beating ourselves. I feel way better now than a year ago. A year ago, I felt a little bit of hopelessness. And now I feel like you want to fuck with me? Like let's take the fucking shirt off and let's fucking go. Right? Oh, you mega shitters. You think you're tough? You want to go a few rounds? Let's fucking go. Tits up, baby. You know? That's how I feel. Like, let's fucking go, baby. Oh, you want some? Let's get it. Dude, I'm telling you, I am not afraid of these motherfuckers, dude. I am not afraid. Yeah, no, I know. Dude, the immigrants are hurting. Trans people are hurting. There are a lot of people that are hurting. But guys, like we're here for them. Okay? If you can't do it for you, do it for them. Okay? If you feel like you can't like go on or you're feeling hopeless, just remember there's an immigrant that's afraid to go to work. There's a Somali person that's afraid to leave their house. There's a trans person that's worried they're going to get fucking shipped to El Salvador. Okay? And then get out there and get in the game and take a few swings for them. You know what I'm saying? Like we do have to show up and we got to participate. Okay? Participation is mandatory. All right? That being said, I'm about to participate in some fucking dancing. All right? You ready? Woo! All right. All right. Here we go, baby. Let's get it. Little bit of deja vu. All right. I'm a little beat up. I don't know how it's going to be tonight, but we're going to give it hell, baby. We're going to do what we can, boss. This summer. Let's go. All right. Woo. All right, I'm out of breath. I'm gonna go try to make something that'll maybe change the world a little bit. Big girl, I don't ever hang around, I'd rather be found. Oh. Dude, we may have to be out of breath a lot this year, guys. But remember why we're doing it. All right, it's community. Starts with your friend group, your family, your neighborhood. The antidote to fascism is connected community. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. Thank you guys. I'll see you tomorrow at 8 p.m. Pacific. New time. Good night.
But I'm not gonna wait my turn. want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together.